This conference will now be recorded.
Notice is hereby given that the Lago Vista City Council is holding a regular meeting on Thursday, April 1st, 2021 at 5:32 p.m. as prescribed by VTCA Government Code Section 551.041 to consider the following agenda items. All right, I've already done my call of roll. Executive session. 1, convene into a closed executive session pursuant to sections 551.071, advice of counsel, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel, section 551.087, economic development, Texas Government Code, and section 1.05, Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct regarding A, consultation with legal counsel and possible action concerning any regular meeting agenda item requiring confidential attorney-client advice necessitated by the deliberation or discussion of said item as needed. B, consultation with legal counsel regarding pending or threatened litigation pertaining to cause number D-1-GN-20-007701, David Stewart versus City of Lago Vista, Travis County 98th District Court. Consultation with legal counsel regarding pending or threatened litigation pertaining to EEOC charge number 451-2020-01813, Brittany Henry versus Lago Vista Police Department. Consultation with legal counsel regarding development agreement with Austin JSB Limited. And E, discussion regarding purchase of property on Loman Ford Road. And we convene at 5:34 p.m. And Darcy will be back by 6:30.
You better. I got the time clock out.
Out. Out. Get out. I don't know why you like it in there. Get out.
myself.
Okay. I'm not gonna wait for him anymore. Let's see. All right. Action items. Number 2, we reconvene from executive session into open session at 6:20 PM, and we're gonna recess until 6:30. Let's see, Evan, David, Dick. There's Paul. All right. We reconvene from recess into open session at 6:31 p.m. And we will, at this point, start with our Pledge of Allegiance to the U.S. and Texas flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. Thank you. All right. So action items. Number 2, we have reconvened from executive session into open session. Aaron, would you mind starting us off here with a little overview to the citizens of what was discussed in executive session?
Sure. So for item A, there were questions regarding item 6, action item 6, regarding appointments to the Economic Development Advisory Committee, and provided some advice regarding the need for an application on file. And I expect the council will discuss this further. Items B and C, I provided the council an update regarding the status of that litigation. Item D, I provided the council an overview of the project and the legal issues that are involved, and received some direction regarding the city's involvement. And that's it. Oh, item E, I expect the council will take action, may take action on item E. This was a discussion regarding a piece of property that may be usable by the city. And so we'll see if the council is interested in moving in any direction on that piece of property.
All right, thank you. Do I have anyone in the audience who has any comments regarding executive session items? All right, moving forward, we will take action if necessary. Okay. A, any necessary action regarding any regular meeting agenda item?
No action.
B, any necessary action regarding pending and threatened litigation pertaining to cause number D-1-GN-20-007701?
No action.
Any necessary action regarding pending or threatened litigation pertaining to the EEOC charge?
No action.
Any necessary action regarding development agreement with Austin JSB?
No action.
And E, any necessary action regarding the purchase of property on Loman Ford Road?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I make a motion that we authorize Mr. Sullivan to work with our city manager, Mr. Chan, to contact the individual trying to sell this property to get us a 60-day extension on final commitment so that we have appropriate time to vet this offer.
All right, I have a motion. Yes, Councilor Prince.
Mayor, I would suggest that we suggest an amendment to the motion to say that we're requesting an option fee period of 60 days on the property and
Option fee, yeah.
authorizing that.
And
Okay,
I'll accept that. I'll accept that change.
all right. So there's our motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
And a second by Councilor Prince. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we go into citizen comments. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council is prohibited from acting or discussing other than factual responses to specific questions, any items not on the agenda. And let's see, I have 3 people who have signed up requesting to speak. I will start with Mr. John Moody. Mr. Moody, you are recognized.
Thank you. Well, I finally got sent the council meeting dated 11/19/2020, not from the city as promised, but from an alternate source. The only bullet point of discussion by the council was the 15-foot setback for the sign. Firefly's concern at the meeting was the signage being a focal point when traveling west on Boggy Ford around the curve. Darcy's point was spot on as far as having no fixation on the sign, but it was a moot point. There was no mention of the cars exiting Lincoln Cove as to what impact the sign would have. When cars are double parked in the driveway, it further blocks visibility of Boggy Ford. Because of future liabilities, the city attorney should address this issue. And the variance/agreement the city made needs to be revisited, amended, or canceled. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, sir. Next, I have Mr. Dale Owens. Mr. Owens, you are recognized.
I'm Dale Owens. I live on Lincoln Cove. And I'm 91 years old. And the sign just makes me uncomfortable every time I come to that intersection to pull out on Boggy Ford. That's all.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, next I have Mr. Don Bartholow. Mr. Bartholow, you are recognized.
Hello, so I'm Don Bartholow, and I want to remind everyone that I spoke at the last council meeting, and I intend to speak at the future council meetings until we have the problem solved. Last week I spoke about fraud, and I had fraud reported to me when I was on the city council. I did what the law requires. I reported it to the authorities. Unfortunately, the authorities move very slowly, but I can assure you, and I've got a report right here that I can share. But this report is in the hands of the authorities, and I would love to wait and let them take action, but they move slowly, and they've got a lot of other cases, and this is basically a very specific thing for our city. So this week, my talk is about accountability. We need accountability in our local government, and right now we don't have that. These Class B misdemeanors that were basically fraudulent spending of taxpayer money were reported to me, and I took them to the entire city council, and the mayor, city attorney, Frank Robbins, and I and the mayor had a meeting and confirmed that Frank Robbins had talked to the city attorney, and he had talked to the previous city manager. This current city manager, the temp, refused to read the report. He did not want to take it from me. So we've got a problem that is important that we try to solve it before the authorities and before our city is bankrupted by these people. So the people that knew about this, and I'm going to read from a list so I don't leave anyone out. Ed Tidwell knew, Aaron Silvera knew, Eric Belay is the main part of it. Josh Ray knew, he's since left. Tim Collins knew, Frank Robbins knew, David Williams knew, Dick Weatherly knew, and Arch Davila knew. So these people clearly are not going to hold themselves accountable. The law requires that you're removed from your position if you allow these violations to take place. All of these people that I just listed are complicit by the fact that they've chosen to have the city manager do the investigation of himself. I begged for an outside investigation. It didn't happen. I basically commissioned one by a retired chief of the Texas Rangers. I've shared that report with the authorities, multiple authorities. So this justice is coming. But how much damage can these people that lack integrity, how much damage are they going to do to our city? They set our tax rate, they set our budget, they hire the next city manager, and that's just, none of that's okay with me, and it shouldn't be okay with you, the citizens. And I beg the citizens to get involved. It's easy to sign up and speak for 3 minutes at the council meeting and let them know. We need an outside investigation, and the people that have swept these crimes under the rug are complicit, and they all need to resign, or we need to convince them that they need to resign because they lack integrity and they shouldn't be spending our tax money. That's all I have to say. You guys have a nice meeting.
All right, thank you. All right, that is all that I have signed up. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Yes, Darcy, you are recognized.
Hello, Mayor. and Council. Ooh. My name is Darcy DeVoe, Lago Vista. That's all I think I have to give. I just had two parts. One, I was curious, and when the city logo changed from the sailboat to the wave with 3 colors, and I was wondering, because branding is so important and it's in the master plan about our branding, and you have a lot of entities still sending out the sailboat, and then you have some sending the wave out. The golf course, as you walk in, has the sailboat. The new signs have a sailboat, but the park has the wave. So I was just wondering, that's the first one, wondering when that happened and when that got voted on, that you were changing the official logo of the city. And then 2, I wanted to talk about a whistleblower amendment I think that you guys need to get in place, because of all the weird things in my life that have happened to me, a couple weeks ago somebody came to me, and I'm not going to say their name because I won't say their name, and we discussed a couple of things, and they were hoping that the city of Lago Vista would get a whistleblower thing in place so they could come talk to you. But fear of retaliation, fear of some other things, they are afraid to come talk to you. So I am hoping that somewhere in there, in the city, you have a thing for whistleblowers for before and after hire. And I think it's really important. Like I said, I've never had something like that happen to me. I thought, how did you find me? Maybe it's from these meetings, I don't know. But I found it just a little weird, and I would never say the person's name until they are ready to come forward. But I too have a little bit of information, which I won't do like Don, and because he got caught up in it, and look how it ruined his career, and look how it ruined Frank's career. So I won't go into that. I'm not going to ruin, I'm going back into my own business, so I won't go into that. But I will ask you to please come up with some ordinance that has a whistleblower clause in it for all your employees citywide, and so people can come forward. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right. Do I have anyone else who would like to address council citizen comments? Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Hi, Mayor Tidwell. Thank you for recognizing me. is the city, do we still have any pallets of, do we still have pallets of water from the ice storm that the city, I know they were giving them out, will call?
No, the city does not.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Citizen comments? All right, we shall move into items of community interest. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415, the City Council may report on any of the following items. A, expressions of thanks, gratitude, and condolences. B, information regarding holiday schedules, recognition of individuals, proclamations, reminders regarding City Council events, reminders regarding community events, and health and safety announcements. And I am going to start with one item. I have a proclamation. This should be quite familiar with those who have been around for the last 3 or 4 years. I do this at this time every year. Proclamation. A proclamation by the City Council of the City of Lago Vista recognizing May 2021 as Motorcycle Safety and Awareness Month in Lago Vista, Texas, Lago Vista, Travis County, Texas. Whereas today's society is finding more citizens involved in motorcycling on the roads of our country, and whereas motorcyclists are roughly unprotected and therefore more prone to injury or death in a crash than other vehicle drivers, and whereas campaigns have helped inform riders and motorists alike on motorcycle safety issues to reduce motorcycle-related risk, injuries, and most of all fatalities through a comprehensive approach to motorcycle safety, and whereas it is the responsibility of all who put themselves behind the wheel to become aware of motorcyclists, regarding them with the same respect as any other vehicle traveling the highways of this country, and it is the responsibility of riders and motorists alike to obey all traffic laws and safety rules, and whereas urging all citizens of our community to become aware of the inherent danger involved in operating a motorcycle, and for riders and motorists alike to give each other the mutual respect they deserve. Now, therefore, I, Ed Tidwell, Mayor of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, do proclaim and declare the month of May 2021 as Motorcycle Safety and Awareness Month. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the official seal of the Lago Vista, Texas to be affixed this first day of April 2021. All right. What do I have going on? We have brush drop off. This is from our PIO, brush drop off. For full information and links to the waiver form and a map, please visit the city's website's news article entitled Storm Recovery Efforts Continue with Second Brush Tree Debris Drop-Off Event. It was going on today. It goes on Saturday, April 3rd from 7:30 to 4:30, Thursday, April 8th, and Saturday, April 10th, also from 7:30 to 4:30 p.m. is a self-service drop-off and unload. It is at Lago Vista Sunset Park, 21817 FM 1431, just west of town. This event is open to all City of Lago Vista utility customers with proper credentials, utility bill or ID, and or storm brush pass and liability waiver. Let's see, what else do I have? Oh, let's see, accepted materials, brush, tree branches, tree trunks, palm trees and leaves, and bamboo. So this is kind of new for this site. The last site we were not able to take palm trees or leaves. Not acceptable debris that has not fallen because of the storm. So you can't go out and just cut some trees and bring it. Grass or other small organic debris that requires bagging. Storm damaged residential household or demolition debris. Also, volunteers are greatly needed. Lago Vista Cares is the group who is running our volunteer coordination. They need volunteers to help keep the event open and running. Let's see, you can sign up at their Sign Up Genius. Let's see, it's on Sign Up Genius. There is a link on our website under that heading, under that website news article, or you can contact Susan Galvan by text 925-989-1078. KLVB is having a litter pickup event. I believe that is on the 10th as well. They will be meeting at Vista Village Shopping Center to go their merry way of cleaning up. I believe the Lions Club is also doing the Lomans Ford cleanup on that Saturday, April 10th. So if you're out and about, be aware, we will have people doing street cleanup in several areas of town. Let's see, what else do I have? I have more items here. City Council events. April 5th, we have a special work session, City Council meeting. April 12th, not quite scheduled exactly yet, but April 12th is when I'm looking at my emergency plan review volunteer committee meeting for the first time on April 12th. April 14th, we are meeting with SGR in a special called executive session meeting for City Council to take the next step in our permanent city manager search. April 15th is council meeting, regular council meeting. Comprehensive Master Plan Subcommittee is meeting, I believe, in April. I think our water rate subcommittee may be meeting also in April. And our Cap Metro subcommittee will be doing a little phone interview update. I'll be calling the members when Shalane gets back into town. I'll be doing a little phone call with our Cap Metro subcommittee. Kevin, I'm going to ask you, seem to have a little more information on this one, so I'm going to ask you to tell us about the Boy Scouts effort, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was going to definitely jump in on that. So the Lions Club has joined up with the local Boy Scout Troop 198 to try and do brush cleanup around town. We're going to donate money to them for every trailer load that they pick up off the out of people's yards and so forth. And so the contact person is Stephanie Smith. She can be reached at smsmith1981@yahoo.com. If you will send her an email with your name and your address and potentially a picture of the brush that you have that you've not been able to dispose of that happened as a result of the storm, the Boy Scouts will schedule a time to come by and pick that up to take it over to our brush events. They're going to be active this Saturday and also the Saturday of the 10th. You can also go to the Lions Club website, lagolionsclub.org, and click on the bright blue button, and it'll take you to a page that has info about our GoFundMe page, and it'll also talk about St. Vincent de Paul for any needs you might have there, and it has Stephanie's contact information there as well. So anything and everything that you could want and need relative to the Lions and how they're trying to support the storm relief efforts can be found at lagolionsclub.org. Oh, and Mayor, if I can, I'll also mention that I believe that the Lions Club are going to have a blood drive. I've not gotten the confirmation just yet, but I believe we're going to have it April 17th. And I would just ask folks to watch the social media. I'll be posting out there shortly, trying to encourage people to sign up. And one last thing back over to the brush item. We've had 3 people that have already reached out to Stephanie to try and sign up to have their brush taken away. I know there are a lot more people out there that still have brush in their front yards and need that to be taken away. If you know of folks that maybe don't have access to social media or what have you, please encourage them to reach out to Ms. Smith to have that done. The Boy Scouts would love to earn some money. We're paying them by the load, so they need as many people to sign up to have their brush taken away as they can so they can make some money. Thank you so much, Mayor. I appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you. Excuse me. Sorry. One more note that you can pass to everybody that has pets. Emancipet will be back in Lago Vista April 27th. So if you need any meds or shots or spay or neuter, please go to the Emancipet website and get signed up for the event April 27th. Counselor Prince.
Lago Vista Elementary School, PTO, is holding a fundraising golf tournament on April 10th. And I was asked to encourage people to go to LVES PTO, that's Lago Vista Elementary School PTO, lvespto.org for more information or to sign up.
Thank you. And I don't know if, let's see, when did I leave town? On Sunday. What day was that? The 21st? If anybody drove by the golf course on the 21st, there was a huge youth golf tournament going on at the Lago Vista golf course. I haven't really heard anything about it, but I saw it. It was, tens. I don't know how many kids out there in a youth tournament, but it was really nice to see all the kids out there. So. Anybody have anything else? I believe I am out of items. Okay. We shall move on then. Discussion. Number 3, discussion regarding UPS delivery in Southwest Lago Vista. I put this on because I get phone calls, gosh, almost, or at least every week, if not multiple times a week. And I just thought it was something that needed to be brought out to the entire city, just so I can share, what we know and what's going on. I did try and invite the representative from the Postal Service to attend and maybe answer some questions. But the number I have gets a automatic menu, and then it says hold for the next agent, and all I ever get after that is a busy signal. So I've been unable to reach out. I was trying to reach out to Brandon, but it was unsuccessful. So in the packet, I put in a portion of their operating manual that relates to their modes of delivery, mail receptacles, and keys. What it says is basically any new delivery point will not get mail except, well, I'm not going to say will not get mail, but will get mail in one of various methods. They have 4 methods: centralized, curbside delivery, sidewalk delivery, and door delivery. Right now we have curbside in most of our city. However, they are trying to go to centralized delivery, and they would like to go to centralized delivery for the entire city of Lago Vista. Or that was what I was told when we had our sit-down meeting with them about 2 years ago. So what the post office would like to see is all street side mailboxes go away, and we have cluster box units scattered all over town for everybody. Eventually, everybody will have to stop at one of these metal cluster boxes I don't know when, I don't know if there's a time frame behind that. It may be 30 years, I don't know. But that is just, that's the thought process of the Postal Service, at least in our area. So I included a couple of maps. I included, the first map is the entire like city limits of Lago Vista. And when you look at that map, you will see that this was platted back in the 1960s, whenever Lago Vista was created. All 10,000 lots or 20,000 lots, however many lots there are in the city of Lago Vista. They're already platted. They already have addresses. So in my thinking, at least this is the way I look at it, these are not new delivery points. These are existing platted lots. It's not a new subdivision. It's not a new apartment complex. It's not a new commercial building. These are existing platted lots. I put a close up of kind of the area that in Southwest Lago Vista that seems to be having the most trouble with our delivery. And then I posted a picture of the current mail route in that area. And you'll see that we have a curbside delivery route that covers all but about, a half dozen streets, kind of over O'Hara, O'Neill, Osage, O'Henry. But we have an existing route that goes in this area. And in some cases, over off Crystal Way and Omaha and all this, the postal carrier actually has to drive by new homes to get to some of their old homes that they actually do deliver to. And I don't quite understand why these are existing lots. They're already platted. They already have an address. Why, when a new house goes up, they can actually drive past it to get to another home to deliver mail? It seems to me that curbside delivery is an approved method and it already exists on these streets. I don't understand why the Postal Service will not approve delivery to the new homes being there. So a little more to that, the Postal Service is saying this area down here needs a cluster box. They say it is the customer's responsibility. But I can't figure out, I can't ever get anybody to tell me actually who the customer is and how they are responsible. The Postal Service first said that the city of Lago Vista was the customer and that it was our responsibility to put up these cluster boxes for residents. The problem with that is the city does not have property. We don't have a place to put cluster boxes for people, even if we wanted to. So that's an issue. I don't agree. I don't believe that the citizens of Lago Vista who are paying us property tax and are also paying the U.S. Postal Service through a stamp tax and whatever taxes that go to the federal government, should have to foot the bill for a piece of property that the post office is going to says that needs to have a cluster box on. To me, the Postal Service should be the one that pays for it, buys the land, and puts in the cluster box for their customers. So then they said that, well, the developer is the customer. Well, again, Lago Vista is an existing city. It is not a new development. We do not have a developer. All we have are builders. The Postal Service said that Braun Homes is responsible for putting up these cluster boxes. Well, Braun Homes is not the only builder in Lago Vista. Yeah, they may be one of our larger number-wise at the moment, but they're not a developer. So Braun, it should not be, in my opinion, Braun should not be held responsible for putting up cluster boxes. And then, so that just leaves the average citizen who buys a new house. Is the average citizen the customer? And if so, where are they going to put a cluster box? And, you know, why should they have to pay for it? We can't put a cluster box in front of somebody's house. You know, we have right of way easements, you know, where you're allowed to put mailboxes, but you can't put a cluster box there. That puts, I don't know how many cars going in front of people's houses and stopping all day, all night to get their mail. They can't pull off the road. So, you know, they're going to have to stop and block traffic while they get out to access these cluster boxes. So, you know, I don't know where to proceed for our residents that are not getting mail service. Braun has actually come up with one piece of property where we could put a cluster box. And just last week, I believe the Postal Service approved that site, but we haven't figured out yet who's paying for anything. So the work has not been done yet, but again, I'm hesitant to put out this cluster box because once we put out that first cluster box, how long is it before the second one gets put out and they just eventually stop delivering mail to everybody's house curbside? Their operating manual says they're trying to limit cluster boxes to a block, so you don't have to walk more than a block to your cluster box. However, the one that's been approved is scheduled to cover an area a half mile in diameter. That's more than a block. Anyway, I just wanted to get this out there and let everybody know what the situation is with our mailboxes, our cluster boxes, our mail delivery. People that are coming into town and building houses, they may or may not be able to get mail service. I had a gentleman across the street from me that bought a double lot, built a house, Farragut Cove, no problem. Mail was driving by his house. They just stop at his house as well. Why was he not required to get a cluster box? I don't know. I've taken the liberty, and some of our citizens in the area have also taken the liberty of reaching out to our representatives at the higher level, both our state rep, our state senator, our U.S. rep, Mr. Roger Williams, and Ted Cruz's office, and John Cornyn's office to see if, you know, what could be done. I've been told by Mr. Williams' office that the federal government does actually have a bill that has been filed that would redo the operating manual and maybe change the way they're doing stuff to continue the curbside delivery. However, that bill is over 2 years old and has not made it to the floor because the House of Representatives have other important things to do. So I don't know that the federal government will ever hear anything regarding the postal operations. So I think I have touched on everything. Does council, you have any questions, comments, thoughts on these cluster boxes or anything? Nope. Okay. Anybody from the audience have any questions, comments? All right. Oh, Darcy.
Hi, Darcy DeVoe, hello, council and mayor. I was just gonna say a couple things about those cluster boxes, because what the post office is telling you is really weird, because I have a home in Oklahoma and we have cluster boxes on our corners. And they've been there since I owned the place in 2013 or in 2003. But anyway, a couple years back ago, they just fell over. Okay, just fell over. I guess they gave out. They could only handle so much. But when we called them, they came and replaced those cluster boxes. And they told us, because the U.S. mail goes into a mailbox, that the U.S. mail actually owns those boxes. And so they came and replaced both corners, really nice, brand new ones, put us a big, huge like box, thing in for packages. But because I have a condo here, when we tried to get ours replaced out here at our corner, they told us that we have to replace it and that they won't help us at all. And those boxes are like $1,300 just for 13, boxes. And so I found it really weird that the U.S. government or post office, which is ran by the feds, have different things for different states. And so I would just keep pushing maybe your postmaster general and maybe go above him, because he could be giving you misinformation. So I wouldn't give up, Mayor. I would maybe go above the person you talk to see if you can't find some other things out, because my mailbox in Oklahoma was just replaced last year and they paid for all of it. So I wouldn't give up.
Okay, so a little more. About 2 years ago, myself, Josh, Roy, and representatives from Braun Homes, including their legal team, met with the local postmaster, the postmaster out of Leander, which is her boss, and I believe the regional postmaster general out of San Antonio and their legal team. And it was at this meeting that they basically told us it's all on us. They were not going to lift a finger. However, they had gone and bought, out of the kindness of their heart, they have bought 5 of the cluster boxes, and they're sitting at the post office, but they're waiting for somebody to pony up land and to pay to pour the slab and all that. So, but they did say beyond this first 5 that it would be the responsibility of whoever to put in the cluster boxes. So that's what I know on that. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you all for listening to that. I just thought it was important because I get so many phone calls on a weekly basis about mail service. I just want to let everybody know what's going on. Let's see, we shall move to agenda item number 4. After action report and follow-on activities regarding the February winter storm. Presentation. This agenda item is being tabled. I am pulling it off and tabling it because I have not completed my presentation. I still have information coming in from department heads, and I still have 1 or 2 departments I have not gotten some information from. I'm working on my timeline, and I'm just not finished. So sorry for all those who were anticipating the after action. Hopefully the April 15th meeting, I will have this complete. Excuse me. So we will go to public hearing and possible action. First consideration. Number 5, Lago Vista City Council will hold a public hearing. Consider an ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending the official zoning map by changing the zoning district of Lot 6, Lot 7, and Lot 8 of Canyon Oak subdivision and lots 3M and 4M of Lago Vista Travis Plaza, save and accept a 75 by 85 foot tract from the northwest corner of lot 3M and generally described as being located at 5919 Lago Vista Way from the Sunset Harbor PDD Plan Development District to R1T Residential Single Family Tall Residential Zoning District and providing for related matters. Now, there has been some issues regarding this agenda item as well. So it is going to be the process is going to be started over. So my question is, Aaron, do I need to open a public hearing at all for this?
No,
Okay.
sir. No, Mr. Mayor, this item can't be opened. We had an issue with the notice that was provided. And so we're sending this actually back to, it's being remanded back to Planning and Zoning Commission. We have to redo notice. They have to redo their hearing and make their recommendation, and it'll come back to you at a later date.
Yeah. Yes. So some of the areas within the 200-foot notification, there's a condo complex, and we've had difficulty identifying all the owners and their addresses, and so we're starting that process over again, trying to make sure that we don't miss anybody. That we definitely don't intend to miss anybody, but so we're starting this process over. All right. So does it take an action to table it, or just nope, same as above? Okay. So we will move to action items. Number 6, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 21-1882, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, appointing an individual to fill an unexpired vacant term as a member serving on the Economic Development Advisory Committee and to otherwise provide with respect thereto. Let me see. Let me go to this one. Let's see, number 6.
That's going to be me, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure there was any other supporting information I needed to give out. I don't believe so. So, Councilor Williams, you have the floor.
Yes, Elaine Hughes from the North Shore Chamber of Commerce is retiring from the chamber in April. And she also has put in her resignation to the Economic Development Committee. I am recommending Don Jandro to replace her. I would like to thank Elaine for all her service. She's been a avid supporter of Lago Vista, and I hope she has a great retirement. And Don had served on the committee before, and he had put in his application back in November when everyone was supposed to turn in their application, and I am recommending him to be added to the committee.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions or comments, Council? I will state that I can't imagine, I don't know, I can't think of a time when Elaine Hughes was not involved with the chamber.
Yeah.
Forever.
Forever.
So yeah, she will be sorely missed at both levels, chamber and Economic Development Committee. We wish her the best in retirement. Right?
So do I need to make a motion, or can?
Hold on, let me see if there's anybody in the audience who has any comments. Anybody from the audience? I see no hands, so yes, you can claim that as your motion if you would like.
Yes, I would like to nominate Don Jandro to be added to the Economic Development Committee, replacing Elaine Hughes.
I'll second that motion.
All right, I have the motion and the second by Councilor Weatherly. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
And we go to number 7, discussion, consideration, and possible action on a contract award for the disaster-related waste services and authorize the city manager to execute the contract. All right, let me bring this up. So recently, we did a bid opening for the disaster-related waste services. If y'all will remember, when we started our recovery plan, I believe phase 3 of our plan, first was clearing, phase 1 was clearing debris out of streets. Phase 2 was the brush drop off that we are conducting right now. Phase 3 is the location of roll off dumpsters for people to dispose of storm related waste such as broken pipes, things like that that can't be disposed of. So we're looking at bringing in the dumpsters for phase 3. Put that out for bid. We had the bid opening on March 15th at 11 a.m. The bid was for providing disaster related waste services to the city during emergencies. The city currently has a contract with Waste Connections for similar services. However, in disaster declaration, in order to receive FEMA financial assistance, the city must have a recent procurement for such services. The services entail providing large dumpsters to the city and disposing them after debris have been collected. For the recent storm, the city intends to open up sites for residents to dispose of non-hazardous debris caused by the storm. FEMA requires the site to be monitored at all times. Thus, the number of sites will be limited. Bids, Waste Connections, which is our current provider, was the only bidder. The bid was advertised in a newspaper via online bidding system CivicCast, via email to Central Texas Waste providers, including Hub Service Provider. The contract is effective for 2 years and thereafter can be extended yearly for a total of 5 years. The city will utilize general fund reserves. The city will apply to FEMA for 75% reimbursement of qualified costs. With this contract, the city is setting the groundwork for these expenses to qualify for FEMA reimbursement. Note that reimbursement can take up to 18 months. City staff determined that this company is well qualified and offers similar services around the Central Texas area. Council may elect to take the staff's recommendation, reject all bids, or proceed with further evaluation. Staff recommends that the contract for the disaster-related waste services be awarded to Waste Connections for a time frame not to exceed 2 years and authorize city manager to execute the contract. Questions, comments? Nobody?
Yeah, I have one.
Oh, there you are. Mr. Prince, you're recognized.
2 years strikes me as odd for the contract. I mean, this is FEMA funding from this disaster, which presumably is going to be a matter of a few months at most, that we'll be offering this service to our citizens. So can you explain to me why this is a 2-year contract with option to extend?
All right, I'll let someone else chime in on this, but my thinking, just off the top of my head, is I've been here for 2.5 years and we've had a flood that required extensive roll-offs for the muck outs and the cleanup of all the debris of all that one. And now we've had this one. So just over a 2-year period, we've had, 2 big events. So I'm thinking the contract, could be used to serve other disasters. Hopefully we won't have any in 2 years, but you never know. So Aaron, did you have something to add to that?
No, Mr. Mayor, I think you covered it. The whole purpose is we have to have a contract that's recent. when you set up these types of contracts, you want them for a short period of time. They could be used for other disaster related items, as you've explained. Let's hope and pray that we don't need it. But if we do, part of the, I don't want to say frustration, but part of the reason why we haven't had this other option is because we had to go through the contracting process. This would allow us to have those dumpsters brought out quicker, and so we could be more responsive to the needs of our citizens should the need arise during this contract period.
So 2 years will suffice as recent?
Yes.
So if we have a flood in 2 years, that'll still be recent enough?
Yep, for FEMA purposes, yes.
And it is nice, like Ms. Silvera stated, should we have something, we don't have to wait. I mean, we're looking at April 1st, and the event was the February 13th through the 18th, roughly. So, gosh, it's taken us 6 weeks just to get to this point. So, yeah, it would have been nice if we could have had, these dumpsters available within a few days after the event. So
That's good clarification. Thank you. If I can follow on, can you say anything, Mayor, about locations we have in mind for these dumpsters?
Oh, gosh, I saw an initial, but I don't have that with me. Eric, by chance, do you have that information with you?
Yes, Mayor. So one of the things that we're probably going to do is open up initially one site and get the bulk of it. And then eventually, possibly a week or two after that, open up 4 smaller sites. The downside of that is we have to have a person there at all times. In 2018, the city lost a lot of money because we had dumpsters all over town and not a lot of people to oversee it and make sure that there was nothing except storm debris that was put in there. So we just want to make sure that this time around we're providing the service, but we're getting every little dime that we possibly can out of it.
Yeah, I know the last time, I mean, it was kind of hard to tell whether it was storm related or not. But we were ending up with refrigerators, things with Freon in them that can't go in these roll-off dumpsters, oil, hazardous materials that can't go in these things. So yeah, people really take advantage of these dumpsters when they're available. So we have to be real strict on how we use them and how we monitor them, or they'll say nope, no funding. Oh, but Eric, do you had a more specific location on that one site or the 4 sites at all?
The one site initially was going to be over at the city park and start that off. However, in talking with our parks director, it looks like the city park has a lot of reservations. So a lot of people are using the park. So what we're trying to do is, that's one of the reasons we hurried up and brought in a company to help us out with the brush behind the police department so that we can free up some space and start there instead. So it's very possible, I think for the first week or so, it's going to be just another large event over at the police department. My hope is to see if we can open it up more than just 2 days a week.
Okay. Yeah, hopefully it's not like the trees. I mean, I kind of watched and I haven't really seen a whole lot of people commenting on their, construction waste. So hopefully it's not near as bad as like their trees, but we'll see. All right, does that answer your question, Mr. Prince? Thank you, Eric. Anybody else? How about anybody from the audience? Comments? Yes, Darcy.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. Is there a price on this? Do we have a price now that it's been bid out? what it's costing? Because I know you're saying it's going to go to FEMA and you said maybe something percentage of it, but if it doesn't, what is it if FEMA says, you know, because not everything you turn into FEMA is a go. So
We have
Thank you.
rates. So depending on the type of container, 30 yard is $455 per container. 40 yard is $480 per container. A recycling container is $325 for a 30 yard. And then there's some other fees involved. So I don't know that we have an exact dollar amount assigned to this. Again, it depends on how many sites we do choose to open up and what size containers we go with.
Okay, thank you.
So, you know, if we do the one, if we did one 40 yard, you're looking at $480. The smaller ones, if we go as intended with 4 of those, you're looking at about $1,820. So you're looking at $2,300 plus the fees. And I believe those are weight related fees. So probably, $2,500.
Okay, and can I have another question? And then can I ask, because I didn't, when Eric said that the roll-off dumpster was going to go on the police station property, which you know is my arch nemesis, I wanted to make sure that those dumpsters, when and how long they're going to last and stay there, because this mulching today was horrible. It was loud, and thank goodness the wind went the other way. And the weekends of, the people coming in, that was loud. It was dirty. And so now we're going to have trash and we're going to have dumpsters. And I just want to make sure that you're not still using that beautiful land to become a dump site. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right. Set that. Anybody else? Comments?
If I may just clarify, or ask a clarifying question, the expenses I gather would be paid out of the general fund, operating fund, with the hope/intent that FEMA would do a full refund or a partial refund?
75%.
75%, and it would come out of the general fund, I assume.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, if that is all the comments I have, it is open for action. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd make a motion that we authorize the mayor and/or city manager to execute this contract with Waste Connections.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. All right, we go to number 8. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding ordinance number 21-04-01-01, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, pursuant to Vernon's Texas Codes Annotated, Local Government Code, Chapter 102, Section 102.007B, providing for amendments to ordinance number 20-09-17-02 for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021. Amendments to said budget by department are set forth in Exhibit A attached to this ordinance. The Aviation Department and Fund continues to grow in terms of both revenue and expenses. Many of the expenditures are unanticipated until the need is clear. Two items are before council for consideration as budget amendment line items. One is a storage shed. It's a prefabricated 10-foot by 18-foot wood structure. Comes with two 6-foot by 6-foot doors and two 18 by 18-inch shelves that run the entire length of the building. The shed will be used to store a lawnmower, wheelbarrow, trimmer, blower, ATV, and various hand tools. Currently, the storage shed is $5,390. Number two is an all-terrain vehicle. Currently, the airport employee is accessing all areas of the airport using their personal vehicle. For council's consideration is a 200cc gas-powered ATV with a rear cargo box, tilting deck, trailer hitch, bench seats, hydraulic brakes. The ATV can access all areas of the airport quickly and easily and is much less expensive than the city buying a truck. The cost of the ATV is $5,847. Total budget amendment request, $11,237. If approved, staff will move forward with the purchase. If denied, staff will continue to use personal storage space and personal vehicle for the remainder of the current budget year, and this will be brought back at the next budget cycle. This was brought to us by Chris Mobley. Chris, do you have anything you would like to add to this?
No, I don't.
All right, thank you. Questions, comments from council? Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Where would the shed be placed up at the airport?
It'll be on one of the city-owned properties that we have there. Just want to make sure we're in compliance where we put it. So we've got a couple pieces of land that we can put it there. We just want to make sure we're compliant with the setbacks and what we need to do there.
Okay, thanks. And then would the money come from the airport revenues, or would this come out of the general fund?
General fund revenues.
Okay. And then finally, is there any liability associated with the city for an employee operating an ATV? Do we need to worry about that at all?
No, I wouldn't think so. If they're a city, you might run into some liability if you've got volunteers using it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think they would be covered under our risk pool.
Okay, I see Erin nodding her head. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, Councilor Prince.
I honestly don't understand why this would be paid for out of the general fund. We have an enterprise fund for the airport. This is exclusively as described in airport functions. So shouldn't it be paid for through the enterprise fund for the airport?
That's my thinking as well. However, right here on the table, I don't have what the budget for that fund is. So I don't know. Chris or anybody, do y'all have any more information of why this would be out of the general funds and not the airport fund?
I do not know. I just assumed that it would be out of the airport fund. I can certainly check and see. I don't know specifically why it was put in from the airport fund instead of the general fund.
Well, it says it says on our sheet general fund, but you're thinking it should be the airport fund?
I don't know. Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Lockwood.
Mayor, this is Star. I'm going to say the airport doesn't have sufficient revenue to cover this as well. They are enterprise fund, but we're operating at a negative, so we don't have any surplus airport revenue to cover the expense. Anytime that we have a shortage, general fund covers.
Okay, so it kind of would be airport, but because the airport doesn't have it, it would have to be transferred over. So
the general fund.
Thinking along those lines with Councilor Prince, my concern at this point in time is, you know, with the storm and things that we have already budgeted, we have a lot of our general fund money, our reserves are quite spoken for at this time. I don't know that, it's my opinion that we don't have the money in our general fund reserves right now. I think this would be something that would need to be brought back to us in the next budget cycle, personally. I'm just, you know, I know we're applying for FEMA monies, but with the changes that we're going to have to make to Loman Ford repairs, I personally, I don't feel comfortable myself going forward with something that was unbudgeted at this time. Personally, I'd rather see it come back as a budget item next year. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you make a good point. I think it probably is better served coming back on the next budget cycle. I would just ask Ms. Lockwood if maybe she could expand a little bit on the airport budget. Thought was that when we began the fuel sales, that was generating some positive revenue for that particular fund. And I was just curious, did we already have enough expenses that spoke for any profit that came out of the fuel sales, or are we not making any money on the fuel sales?
We are making money, but the problem is we've got lots of revenue and expenses going in and out. We have a few fees coming in besides the fuel revenue, but we also are paying for the fee. We're paying consulting charges. We're paying professional fees on all of those compliance things we have to do for the fuel farm. It's just now we've got an employee up there. It's a small employee right now. It'll grow with the position and over time, but we just have at this point in time, as of February 28th and into March, we are at a negative.
Okay, and could you tell us approximately how large that negative is?
No, not off the top of my head. It's in the financials. On the last one I did send out the February financials. And if you want me to, I can look for that right quick. I'm on my tablet as opposed to my computer. But it's not a huge deficit. It's just not positive right now.
Fair enough. Don't worry about it.
I have it right here. Let me see if I can find it. See if I can find it real quick. Aviation fund. It's roughly 6,200.
Okay. I'll just voice again that I'm probably in your camp, Mayor, that maybe we should hold off on this until the next budget cycle. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't know, we'll have to, I think Roger and his team can maybe discuss this. I don't know what's available out there, but God, I would hope we could come up with something in the next 6 months that we have remaining in this fiscal year, so that the employees are not having to use their personal vehicles and storage.
Yeah, and we're using his personal hangar. It's convenient that he has a hangar up there, but it'd probably be better if we had our own.
Yeah. Gosh. Yeah, that kind of raises, I didn't realize that he had that hangar up there, because that's going to entail storing it off-site and hauling it in a truck, city vehicle.
Yeah, that would be 3 or 4 times a week, storing it somewhere else and then hauling the stuff up there and taking it back down. It's just not efficient, but I understand the budget also.
Okay. Councilor Davila. You're muted.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm opposed to the position that you are taking because I don't believe that $11,000 is all that much. I'm also not in favor of having the employee have to use his own resources to get the work done that needs to be done up there at the airport. So I'm in favor of adopting this ordinance.
All right. Anybody else? Yes, Counselor Sullivan.
Is any of that employee's compensation specifically for the use of his hangar and or personal vehicle?
No, it's not. He's not compensated for that.
Okay, good point. Thank you.
I wanted to clarify. So if currently our aviation fund has a negative balance, then apparently, we're able to spend more than we have somehow. I don't understand why. And I would agree with Councilor Davila. This is a very small amount, and it's a reasonable thing to do. It just seems like it would be more appropriate to accept a further deficit in the enterprise fund for the airport and charge it against that rather than paying for it out of the general fund. Is that something that we are able to do from a legal standpoint?
So at the end of the year, when we do our reconciliations, we would have to, any shortages in the aviation fund, we would have to transfer money from our general fund reserves to make that up. So, we're currently, like I said, we're, from what I can tell, about 6,200 short. So you add 11 to that. Right now, our budget reconciliation at the end of the year would be about 18.
It seems more transparent to track the spending if it's excessive rather than spend for something that really is an airport spend and just call it a general fund spend, because then it kind of disappears and we don't know that in fact we were spending for the airport. So, if this was being put against the enterprise airport fund, I'd be in favor of moving forward with it.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, it's Star again. It will be an airport expense. It's not, the money is just used for the enterprise funds for the airport and for golf. When we don't have a sufficient revenue coming in to cover all of the expenses, general fund has to cover them. It's not to say that they won't be revenue neutral or even positive revenue by the end of the year, but the whole idea is to bring to council and be transparent anytime we're stepping outside the budget. This was not budgeted items, so I brought it forward so that y'all would have the opportunity to say yay or nay. I'd already talked to both Chris and to Roy to see if there was any savings whatsoever available in the budget that they could foresee. And because the airport budget was so lean, there wasn't going to be any savings that we could identify. So needing this, not knowing how much the fuel sales will be for the next 6 months, not knowing when we'll receive what monies, it was just better to bring it forward. But it will be an airport expense no matter what. It'll go down as their assets.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Davila.
I have a question for Ms. Lockwood. Can we anticipate that there will be a deficit in the amount of money that we're collecting in fuel sales? Because, I don't know any reason why we couldn't expect that fuel sales would pick up and allow us to recoup that money.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Yeah, February was really hard on the airport as well as everybody else. There was virtually no any fuel sales through the month of February because of the storms. So part of the loss right now is the fact that they are down. As summer comes, I think the fuel sales will really step up. We always have the cost of providing the fuel, but it's just a point in time. Right now is a point in time. I can't tell you where we're going to be next month or in September 30th, but we'll continue to bring these budget amendments before y'all as they're happening, just to make sure you are conscious all the way that if we want something, we're not just going to try to get it over here and not tell you about it.
Would it be fair to say that if we look at trends over the past few years, that we could not anticipate the fuel sales to cover the deficit that would be created by this budget amendment?
You can anticipate that the fuel sales will go up whether or not we remain positive or negative September 30th. I can't say yay or nay because I can't remember right now whether we ended September the 30th on a positive note last year. The fuel sales are a growing process, so I wouldn't venture to say yes or no right now whether that alone will save us. There's several other payments that are coming in. We haven't received the POA payment yet. I think that comes in usually in June or July. That's a $23,000 boost to the revenue side. There's several other factors that will come in, and if we can keep all the other expenses at bay, then we might wind up revenue positive when all is said and done. And if we do, then we don't need the general fund influx to cover these two assets.
So I think we only have like 1 year of fuel sales under our belt, so we can't really look at trends. But I do believe, I don't have it in front of me, but I do believe for the fiscal year last year, we were in the black, but only a few hundred or thousands dollars.
No, that's not correct, Mayor. I'm looking at the audit right here, and the aviation fund expenses were 272,000 and change, and the revenue or charges for services was just under 244, a net negative 28,000 and change for the fund for last fiscal year. So
Okay.
a small number, but it was a negative number.
Okay, so.
And Mayor, we did bring on the fuel under Kenneth Renault, if you remember correctly. He's the one that executed that. So we have had about 3 years worth of fuel sales, I believe.
Wow, time flies.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I do remember that now, Kenneth Renault, yes. All right, so yeah, with their sales and our POA dues coming in, it is possible that we could get recoup that 18,000. You can't say for sure, but it's possible. Anybody else?
I would be in favor, Mr. Mayor, I would be in favor of doing it as long as we could bring some of the money back to the general fund. We might not be able to bring the whole thing back to the general fund, but I'm sure we can recoup part of it. And I'm not in favor of people using their personal car in order to do business for the city.
All right, thank you all. Thank you. Darcy, did you have a comment?
I do. Mayor. Isn't there supposed to be some construction going on at the airport this year and making new hangars? I know something was budgeted for this. I can't remember what the amount was, but I know you guys passed something that was supposed to be in this year's budget for some new hangars up there. And then I also know that they just had some problems because I went to the last meeting or watched it with the runways. So they're already going to have to do some work up there. And also I was wondering if Chris brought this to you. I know Chris is doing the airport and the park, but the person that they hired is actually on the Parks and Rec payroll and not on the airport payroll, I believe. It's 20 hours a week and it hits Parks and Rec. He shares some of the work. I think he's supposed to be doing some things for the Park and Rec too, like some scheduling or something, or I don't know what the guy's full term is, but I believe the guy that was hired is under Chris Mobley and is part-time and it's 20 hours a week. So his salary can't be that much. But,
that's correct, Darcy, but he does not do work outside of the airport. He specifically works on airport projects.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But he is under you though, right, Chris?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I was just making sure like all this money going back and forth stays in the right categories, because like if Chris needs somebody else now to help him once this park gets going, does he have to come back in and ask for another employee, or does this get shifted to the airport money that ends up paying this guy. So that's just some questions. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Yes, Ms. John Chopin.
I'm sorry.
We can hear you.
Can't hear me? I'm so sorry. I thought I was muted. I apologize for all the noise then that might have been happening. I'm so sorry. I'm Diane Tanya Penn on Lakeshore, and I just from the community membership, I just wanted to reiterate some of the other comments that have been made, that I just think that this is a relatively small amount of money for something to correct a procedural thing that I think is really important to be corrected. That I think an employee using their personal vehicle for city business carries along with it a certain amount of risk, as unnecessary risk. And also, we talked about he's not getting reimbursed for his car, but is he getting reimbursed for using his personal storage? That would cost the city money, and is taking advantage of a situation by not paying anything for it if they don't. And again, that's just not proper procedure. And in addition, there's the intangible cost of the inefficient use of his time and going back and forth. And the city has wasted more money in this than by having correcting mistakes and errors of judgment along the way. And I just feel like there's a proper and legitimate way to adjust the funds in whatever, in probably a number of ways that it can be worked out over a few months. And it's an important thing to correct.
All right, thank you very much. And just to clarify on Darcy's comment, the employee that you're talking about, everything relating to him, let's see here. Well, airport part-time employees budgeted in the airport budget, and all their expenses are in the airport budget. So everything's airport related for that employee. Anybody else? All right, if that is everyone, it is open for action. Yes, Mr. Davila.
Mayor, I move that we adopt ordinance number 21-04-01-01.
I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I will add that I have made some very compelling arguments, and despite my reluctance, I do support this. So all those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. All right, we are on to number 9, I believe it is, right? Yes, number 9. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, amending Chapter 9 Personnel, Article 9.700 Youth Advisory Committee to add an adult member to serve as a mentor and project manager, and to amend membership requirements for youth members, providing codification and publication, and effective date, repealer, severability, proper notice, and open meetings clause, and discussion and possible action regarding acceptance of applications for all committees for use as needed to fill vacancies. Question for Aaron, because the council voted to suspend the Youth Advisory Committee. My intention was to get it restarted. That's not actually mentioned in the subject. Are we allowed to vote to bring it back, to restart it back up again? With this?
Your suspension, Mr. Mayor, was only until April, so.
Yes, okay. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. So, as y'all know, the Youth Advisory Committee has not been meeting. It fell apart last year during COVID. So it was suspended, and I am wanting to get that restarted again. I usually, as opposed to the other boards and commissions, I take applications for this committee during the springtime because I open it up to juniors and seniors. And so I take applications for students that are currently sophomores and juniors this year. They will be juniors and seniors next year. Since we're starting from scratch, those youth that are juniors will be seniors next year would serve 1-year terms, and the sophomores / juniors would serve 2-year terms. And after the first year, my new applicants, it would start the cycle of every 2 years, half being replaced each year. But since we're starting over, I have to start with a full committee again. Something that I noticed the 2 years that we had this up and running is my youth had difficulty finding a citywide project that they could focus on. The last group that I had did reach out to Emancipate, and so the Emancipate services that we brought in, gosh, almost 2 years ago now, was a result of the work done by the Youth Advisory Committee. But they seem to have some trouble at times finding a project that's citywide. So I would like to add to my membership a single adult to help mentor the youth committee and help them finding a project and keeping them organized, along with myself as the liaison. So that is what I'm asking for. I will have to start the application process for all these youth. So in addition to that, I'm asking that we just open up application period for all of our committees so that we can fill any vacancies that may arise with our other committees. Questions, comments from council? Yes, Mr. Weatherly.
Mr. Mayor, I don't really think we'd have any problem with it, but is part of this, as a requirement for this, would we do a background check on anyone that was working with the youth committee?
That is a very good point. I would think that would be, yeah, worthwhile. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think that would be something we need to do. There is so much stuff right now out on media about adults being brought into situations with children, young adults that are not being checked. So I think that's something that should be included in this.
Excellent point. I will note that with me being the liaison, there would not be any meetings where I would not be in attendance, or somebody, council or staff would be in attendance. So it wouldn't be just the adult, but yes, I do agree. That's a good point. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
I think you might have just answered one of the comments I had. In the Boy Scouts, they had adopted something called 2D leadership. You always had 2 adults whenever they were around youth, minors. And so as long as there is, that mentor that you're wanting to add, plus yourself or some other staff member, I think we'll be fine. The other point I had was, it seems like the ordinance that enacted this group was fairly vague. It really doesn't, kind of give very much specifics as far as what they would be doing. And I just wonder if that's part of the reason why maybe they've had problems in the past coming up with a project that they focus on. It just something to consider, maybe tightening that up and giving more specifics to it might help.
So yes, it is vague because looking at some of the other youth advisory committees around the state, TML actually is the one that kind of turned me on to the Youth Advisory Committee. they actually have a state convention for the youth advisory committees where the youth can go and present the projects that they have done for their cities and can receive awards and stuff like that. What I would do is I would take, in our initial meeting, I would take the youth to the website for TML and their youth advisory committee and show them the list of projects that other cities around the state had done. And gosh, hundreds. The topics were amazing. And I was afraid to try and restrict it because when they brainstorm ideas, there's no telling what they'll come up with. Just seeing some of the things that were out there. So I did purposely leave it vague, but they are directed in ideas through the TML site. And we have resources there to help them as well. So TMLs are a pretty good source for the youth advisory. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Is the youth advisory committee only supposed to be focusing on large events, or can they do multiple type of events that they focus their attention on?
So the way it's described, it's supposed to be, to the benefit of the city. They're a committee for the city, and it's supposed to be to help the city. Now, I have not necessarily been that strict on them as far as whatever project they come up with had to be citywide. My first group actually did something revolving around foods and clothing for students in the school district. So their efforts were pretty much focused internally at the school and not necessarily citywide. So I just want them to do something, so I haven't made them do a citywide project or something that directly, something with our ball fields or something like that, so yes, Mr. Williams.
So I'm assuming your committee's going to have like 7 or 8 members, or if I'm reading that correctly.
Yes, so far I have not been able to fill a full committee of 7 or 8. I've had 5.
So if in this new resurgence of trying to set up the youth committee, is it possible for this committee to then attract other friends to help them with a project, other students that could work on a project with them, and they'd be the leader of making this whole event happen? Or is it just the committee that is working on an event for the city?
Oh no, they can reach out to
as many people as they need to.
They can, and to other organizations. When you look at the website and you look at the projects, a lot of the youth committees work with beautification projects around their city. So they work a lot in our area, they would hopefully work with KLVB.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
So they can work with other groups in town, Lions Club,
okay.
Rotary. Yes, they're not restricted with who they reach out to, but usually the committees are the ones that come up with the ideas. They're the driving force behind the idea. So
okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody from? Yes, Councilor Prince.
The name, I just did a quick look up on TML to confirm that in fact they call it Youth Advisory Committee. The name seems odd to me because all the discussion is about projects and service experience. But just to confirm that our focus, or what we have written here, which is again a focus on service experience, that is also what TML is emphasizing? Because we're not really getting much in terms of advice from this advisory committee, as best I can tell.
Yeah, well, there is I guess a secondary, I don't want to say a responsibility, but a request from the committee, and that is for them to advise me as the liaison on things that they would like to see policy-wise or, CIP-wise, like at our park. If they have advice of what the youth want or need at the park, that would be something that they could bring to me and that I can take to council and staff, so they could bring some advice to us. So, yeah, but usually they have something, to work on. So, anyone else? Anybody from the audience? Miss Gina Williams, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a great committee to have. My first comment was going to be along the lines of Councilor Prince, in that it really was an advisory committee as we know it, like other advisory committees. So, but apparently the name is what the name is. My second comment is the students who volunteer for this, is there any way for them to get, or do they get, community service hours from the high school, so that they're taking advantage of maybe killing two birds with one stone, and maybe that's an incentive for some of the students to go ahead and volunteer for it, because they'd be getting some community service or some sort of credit, if you will, from the high school or the middle school.
Good point. I will have to reach out to Darren to see what the school could possibly do for them. For those who have requested, not all of them have requested, but for those that have requested, I write them letters to their college boards when they're submitting their applications. So they do get letters from myself. I don't know if that's the same as the high school credit, but if they're applying for college and they want something, they definitely get it from me.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Davila.
Mayor, this is a pretty short question. Do we have any people that are still on that advisory committee that were on there previously? I know that the committee was suspended, but do we have any active members left from the prior years?
The only ones are currently seniors, and so they're graduating in a couple of months, so they would be replaced at this time normally anyway. So I do not have any carryovers that have eligibility left.
Thank you.
Yes. Anyone else? All right, if that's everybody, it is open for action. I do have a question for Aaron. If we get a motion, do we need to include something in the motion about the background? Or would that just be a policy?
That could be handled as a policy, but we need to make sure it's very clear that that's what's going to happen. I don't know that we have that policy established for any other committee membership. And so we might set that up as a separate item and bring that back for your consideration.
Okay. Right. Yes, Mr. Weatherly.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve ordinance number 21-04-01-01, and that language be brought back to us to include that a background check will be done on the mentor or other adults involved in the committee.
Okay, so the ordinance number was for, there is no ordinance number for this one. That was for
Oh,
number
that's the
8.
one before. I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong line. We'll approve the ordinance to reestablish the Youth Advisory Committee.
Okay, and to add
And
add a
that language be brought
member.
back to the council to include that a background check will be done on the adult member.
Okay, so I have the motion of starting the application process for the Youth Advisory Committee, amending the Chapter 9 to add an adult member, and establishing a policy for the background investigation. And I would like to ask you to amend your motion to include opening up applications for all, not just the youth, but for all committees.
I will so amend.
All right.
Second, sir.
All right. So I have the motion and a second by Councilor Williams. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. Thank you. And we go to number 10. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the winter averaging process for establishing the wastewater billing rate for utility customers. Well, obviously we've had winter averaging for several years now. However, we had this anomaly of a winter storm that hit the area in February. Staff was tasked with pulling our reports to see what effect that the winter storm had on our February billing cycle. That has finally been done. And the results, let me see here. Let me go to my packet here. Excuse me. Dun, dun, dun. Zoom in. Okay, where's my thing? All right, so on Tuesday of this week, city staff was finally able to pull the numbers from Encode for the month of February regarding winter averaging used to establish our wastewater rates for utility customers. The following was identified. Okay, so the following is based on both citywide usage and in some cases individual usage, and I will explain that as we go down. Not every customer will be affected in the exact same manner when it comes to their individual accounts. So when readings are taken as compared to last year, their established rate could go up or it could go down, but it won't treat every customer the exact same way. The citywide average refers to the number of gallons per account on average, pulling all the accounts and coming up with an average. So it does not reflect the number of gallons for an individual household. An individual household may be higher or lower based on their personal usage. Utility accounts that have not established a specific winter average for their individual account will be charged for wastewater using the citywide average. Anomalies for the months of November, December, and January have been identified and brought to staff's attention. Those are things, people that had leaks that were detected and repaired and that threw off their bills and stuff. Those have been already brought forward to staff. Anomalies for February, when I wrote this, I put in here that they had not been identified. However, staff from their readings have been able to identify some anomalies on their end. However, because these bills are just now going out, the citizens themselves may not have become aware of anomalies unless staff has contacted them to let them know. As always, per our policy, anybody that has an anomaly, they can be brought in and will be discussed one-on-one, and will be handled individually, just like always. Our current ordinance for our winter averaging uses the months of November, January, and February as the 3 months tracked for the purpose of winter averaging for determining the wastewater rates for each year. The new rate takes effect on the water usage for the month of March each year. So note, the usage for the month of March is billed and mailed out at the end of April and is due May 15th. So you're about 45 days behind when paying for your actual usage each month. So your month of March usage is actually due for payment May 15th. In 2021, it just so happens that February calculated to be the highest month based on individual readings with a system-wide increase. Now, this is a system-wide increase of 5 million gallons. So as we suspected, the winter storm did have an effect on our winter averaging. So staff went in and got into ENCODE and pulled 5 different scenarios for us to look at our citywide average. Actually, there's 6, not 5. Currently, for the year that just ended, the citywide average was at 3,800 gallons. That's citywide average. That doesn't say what an individual's average is. That just says what the citywide average. So if we stayed with that method, using November, January, and February, our citywide average would go up to 4,600 gallons. So just system-wide, our current system would show an 800 gallon increase on average. So we looked at using the months that we have in our current system and taking out February. If we took out February, just use November and January, which was kind of our original thought, our citywide average only goes down to 4,500 from 4,600. Still well above the current 3,800. If we took November and February, our citywide average goes up to over 5,000 gallons. So we discovered that because the months that we're using in our averaging, or we're plucking them individually out of ENCODE when we pull these reports, that we can't establish rules to the report. So we decided, our staff decided, to add the month of December into the mix and see how it would affect the winter averaging. When in doing so, by making the months consecutive like this, you can add some rules to it. So we started with just 3 months because we currently use 3 months for our winter averaging. So we looked at November, December, and January. The citywide average is at 4,700. So that's even kind of higher than if we just stayed with where we are now. However, we asked the system to take 4 months, November, December, January, and February, and then automatically drop the highest month. Okay. The thing about this rule, what it does, it now goes in and looks at every single individual account and will drop the highest month for that individual account. So customer A might have the month of January dropped. Customer B might have the month of February dropped. Each individual account could have a different month dropped out of the report that's used to figure their winter average. In doing so, dropping the highest month, the citywide average was 3,900 gallons. And that's roughly where we are at right now, at 3,800 gallons. We also asked the system to take the 4 consecutive months and then drop the highest 2 months. The citywide average doing that is down to 3,500 gallons. So as you can see, by using these methods, they produce a potentially lower citywide average, and depending on your individual account, could be, I don't want to say significantly, but could be lower than what would be if we just use our normal winter averaging. So those are the 6 methods that we have looked at for establishing our wastewater rates using the winter averaging. I'll open it up for comments here in just a second. I just want you to note, if we go with the very last one, dropping the highest 2 months, your citywide average is 3,500 gallons. Based on where we're at right now, you're looking at across the board per citizen, on average, not individual accounts again, but just on average, about a 10% savings using that one right there. But it also means that the city would lose about 10% of its revenue on average. So something to consider. Comments? Questions? Yes, Councilor Davila.
Mayor, it looks like from the scenarios that you just described, that the one that would come closest to having a repeat of what's happened in past years would be the 4-month average dropping the highest. I believe you said that was 3,900?
Yes.
To me, that seems to be reasonable.
So a little deeper thought on this. We do have the water rate subcommittee that is looking at, our water rates and doing stuff to save the citizens money where they can. If we go with that one that drops the highest one, we're looking at pretty much the same city average. So, the water rate subcommittee would still kind of be looking into the water rates to see if they could make any kind of further adjustments. If we go with the system where we drop 2 months, you're automatically putting in 10% savings on average. And that might actually, I don't know if that would solve the water rate issue, but at least for a start, that's a 10% savings on average. But again, you also have to take into consideration the 10% loss in revenue to the city. So yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I think when the utility rate subcommittee has met, we've discussed the fact that we want to make sure that we have our recommendations ready to go as we move into the next budget cycle, so that they can be, input for the next budget cycle. I personally wouldn't want to, because we've already established the budget for this year and we anticipated certain revenues, I kind of hate to jigger with it a whole lot, to be honest with you, and potentially mess up what's already been budgeted for this year. I think I have to agree with Councilor Davila that going with that option where we just drop the one highest month to where we get closest to what we already budgeted for this year might be the smart thing to do. And the utility rate subcommittee have its recommendations go into next year's budget cycle. Just my thought.
So if we decide to go with the 4 months and drop in one, or any of the methods that use the month of December, just note, because that is not in our ordinance or policy or whatever it is in our ordinance, that we would have to bring that back at the next meeting to to amend that ordinance. And then if we so choose, and we like this, or one of these methods, is we could completely change the ordinance, or we could look at it at the next, whenever we go prior to going into the next winter averaging, we could make that change to the ordinance at that time to add December in. So yes, Councilor Prince.
I'm kind of hesitant to do anything that involves December, to be honest, because we've explicitly told our citizens for years that December is a sewer charge free month. And so if we change the rules to include it, even if we're dropping 1 month, I don't know, that just doesn't feel the best to me. One option that's not even listed here, which to me is one of the most logical options, and that is to just carry over whatever the charges were from the last year. And if people didn't have rates from last year, then give them the city average, just like we do with any new customer. That keeps us on that should be consistent with our projected budget, right? Because we would have, for the current budget, we would have assumed wastewater rates that were about what were, the previous year. So I actually, in my mind, the best option is to just hold customers flat year over year to whatever they were paying the previous year, because the ones we're looking at here it looks like on average a slight increase from 3,800 to 3,900. I understand some will go up and some will go down, but I would be more inclined to say, let's just keep it where it was last year for everybody. And then if it just so happens that somebody says, well, yeah, but last year I had this anomaly and I'm paying way too much, then let them come in and ask for, some negotiation down to the city average or something like that. But rather than creating a brand new formula that actually includes the month of December, I would vote for that instead.
Yeah, and good point. Yeah, we were pulling all these reports, and I don't know, we didn't put that, but that is a seventh option as well.
Well, I mean, the number's in there, right? It says 3,800, so we know what that is.
Well, yeah, we know what it is. I put that in there for you to compare to, but I wasn't for some reason it just didn't cross my mind to, hey, we could just continue on with what we got. But pulling the reports and doing the things, it was surprising, because the industry tells us not to use December because of holidays, and I don't know, maybe because of COVID it was different, but in a lot of cases December turned out to not be one of the higher months. So I don't know, this year may have been, again, because of COVID, families didn't get together. So yeah, adding December in, might work this year, but it may not be great going forward. So yeah, good point. Good point. Yes, Councilor Davila.
Yeah, if you continue that thought though, and I didn't really understand why December was not used in the past, but using that formula that you just suggested, or that you described, where you drop one out of 4, that could probably still end up being identical when you look at it in comparison to the policy that we've used in the past. I don't really see any real problem with changing the policy, which would require us to change the ordinance, because I believe, just intuitively believe that December would probably be the one that would be dropped more often than not. So we'd be right back to averaging the same 3 months that we've had in the past.
That is true. Yeah, if it's the highest, and if it's not one of the highest, then it saves them some money.
Exactly.
But Yeah, if it is the highest, then that's the one that gets dropped. So, yeah, that's true. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
If we go with Councilor Prince's suggestion where we just used last year's numbers, do we still have to do some kind of change to the ordinance because we're using a previous year's versus this current year?
I don't know if we have to change the ordinance or, because I don't think it's year specific, but it would require a motion to say we're going to continue with, I'm assuming. Aaron, thoughts?
Is this intended only to be used for this cycle or
Yes.
going forward?
I'm thinking for just this cycle.
So you would have to make the decision, and you wouldn't necessarily change the ordinance itself because the ordinance has been meant to last, but you would need to adopt something that for the 2021 cycle, this is what's used because of the anomaly of the winter storm.
So like a resolution.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it would probably need to be an ordinance itself, but it wouldn't get adopted into the code of ordinances because it involves money and it affects the current ordinance. It would be a temporary amendment to the current ordinance to address 2021 specifically.
Okay. Right.
So either way, whether we go with the suggestion that Councilor Davila had, which is to use 4 months and drop the 1, or we go with Councilor Prince's where we used last year's numbers, we're going to have to pass something to handle this special circumstance for this year. Okay.
Anybody else? All right. Anybody from the audience have a thought? Mr.
Mayor.
Roberts.
Thank you for recognizing, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to submit to council that I think Councilor Prince has the best idea of what we've heard so far. And I also am glad that the council is tackling this quickly like you are. Thank you very much. And thank you to staff for pulling all this data.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. John Chopin.
Hi, thank you. I'm Diane Chanyapin. I'm just a little bit confused because I think from the ideas presented and Paul Prince's idea of positing is also valid for this year. I agree, that's reasonable for this year. But I do think that given the statistical information that you brought up in that taking in 4 months and dropping the 2 highest is inevitably, statistically, in general, going to be better for the good of the public. It's going to be in favor of the public. And in our last budget, and the public didn't get the benefit of that little bit of additional tax drop, and the water is extremely high for this area, and we're going to be getting new additional population coming up. So if we go forward and make this more malleable avenue of calculating, I think that's better. The 4 months and dropping the 2 highest, I think that's a better procedural because it's more likely to be to benefit of the public. And changing the ordinance, I don't see that as prohibitive because the city governing body has changed parts of the ordinances before. So I don't see that as prohibitive. And I don't see the potential loss of the same 10% that is saving the public is necessarily going to be true for the city, because the city has other avenues where you make a prognostication, worst case, hoping for a better case where you're going to have money over what you anticipate using. So that's just my thoughts. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Yes,
Star, may I speak?
you sure may.
When this was first brought to staff, we were tasked with finding out what was going to be best for each of our customers. That was pretty much the edict. We thought it was going to be a lot harder to pull this off than it actually wound up doing when we figured out we could throw in December and drop. What we found out was that by and large, December was one of the lowest months. February, without exception, was the highest, and January most frequently was the next highest. So if we're looking at what's going to be best for every customer, eliminating one of the four or eliminating two of the four wound up being the best for each individual customer by and large across the board, just statistically. And then it does lower the overall average, but it's going to be just by, it's not going to be by enough, I don't think, that's going to hurt the average. That average is only going to apply to the anomalies anyway, so it gets back to what's best for the individual customers. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody realized that's why we pulled these last two scenarios in, was to try to figure out what was going to be best for everybody.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Just looking at the February report, utility fund. So I guess this is 6 months, 3.1 million in revenues. I don't know if this is just utility bills. It just says utility fund. But our fund expenditures 3.7 right now. So if you doubled that, 6.3, if this holds true, you know, that 10% would be about $600,000 to the city and less revenues. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to confirm what I thought I heard from Ms. Lockwood. I think what Ms. Lockwood, what you said is that both of the last two options were superior for the citizens over utilizing last year's numbers. Did I hear you correctly on that?
More than likely, yes. We know we didn't compare them to last year's numbers. We compared them to this year's numbers, just trying to set that average. But it was dropping the highest months is already going to be in everybody's favor. Whether it's one highest month or two highest months, you're automatically taking their biggest problem out of the mix and giving them the best advantage when it comes to their own bill.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm just trying to determine. I mean, I think Mr. Prince and Mr. Davila both put good cases forward. But if using one of the last two options is even better than using last year's numbers, I think I favor Mr. Davila's suggestion. And so that's the reason why I asked the question.
Yeah, but that's why I also highlighted that stuff in yellow. Pulling the reports, it shows, you know, a 10%, anyway, potentially, if we drop the two, a 10% decrease in the city-wide average, but that doesn't necessarily relate to an individual account. It just depends on their usage, but it could be worse if, you know, if we didn't drop one or two, you know, so it still is an advantage by being able to do that. And what it does save, because I'll throw this out there just for staff, what this decision might do for staff when we go with non-consecutive months and we just pick random, what they consider random months, to figure out what would be the best for the individual person. Staff would have to take 4,600 or so utility accounts and put it into a spreadsheet and have to do it individually, line by line, to figure out what the best would be for an individual account. And no telling how many months that would take them to do. So by doing the consecutive months and putting in that rule, it automatically does that for them. And the report itself, not including the spreadsheet, the report itself was over 300 pages long. So yeah, this would save staff a lot of work as far as trying to determine what's best for individual accounts. Councilor Davila.
Yes, I'd like to strengthen my argument. When you look at the 4 consecutive months, we heard that that historically December is the lowest anyway. So we would still be dropping one of the two higher ones when you speak about November, January, and February. I think those were the months that you're talking about. So I don't believe that the difference is that significant. In light of the fact that we dropped December anyway.
Yes. Anybody else? Was there anybody else from the audience that had any comments? All right, well, at that point then, I'm open for action.
Hey, let me ask a question before a motion gets made. So the question would be, should we consider, if we're going to do something like, take 4 months and drop the highest two, should we consider that as a permanent new condition as opposed to a 1-year anomaly? I believe what I heard from Ms. Lockwood was in the analysis for this year, for the current December, it was uniformly one of the lowest months. I don't know if that would be true for every year in the recent past. It may or may not be. But I've always felt like our averaging system is a little bit odd. So, if we're gonna do it this year, if we're gonna do it here and say we're gonna look at 4 consecutive months and drop the highest two, I think we just make that the new ordinance and make it so going forward. And then as Mr. Davila and Mr. Sullivan and I are studying and coming back with a proposal, we can then factor that into the proposal for future discussion.
Yeah, we could do it either way. I mean, we could have it brought back as a permanent change to the ordinance, or we could make it temporary for this year. And while the water rate subcommittee is studying, they could tell us, next year before we go into the winter averaging, if we want to make the change at that time. So we can do it either way. Yes, Councilor Williams.
I think I would want to do it just for this year and see how many cases come in where they're having problems and figure out what the anomalies are, how many people are having an anomaly, and just judge it from there. And then if it works out well for the majority of people, then we could, during the next budget cycle, we could create a new ordinance that have the 4 months and drop the, I just think we need to see how this works and then go from there. Versus just adopting it now and not knowing if this is going to make the majority of people in Lago happy or, where it stands.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? All right. I'm open for action. Yes, Councilor Davila.
Mayor, I move that we use the winter averaging process to be taking the 4 months the 4 consecutive months that we have used November, December, January, and February, and drop the highest.
Highest one?
I'm sorry?
You said the
Minus
highest
one.
Highest 1 month?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I'll second that.
I would recommend an amendment to drop the highest two.
Okay.
I would make a motion to amend that we drop the highest two.
All right. Let me get my thing. Excuse me.
I think the process is if someone seconds that, then we have to vote on that before we come back to the first one.
Let's see. Amendments are not debatable and only require the approval of the member who made the original motion. So amendments are not debatable and only require the approval of the member who made the original motion. So,
all right, then, Mr. Davila, I would suggest that your motion be amended to drop the highest two rather than the highest one.
I do not accept that.
All right. Okay, so we have the motion to use the 4 months, dropping the highest one. I have the second by Counselor Sullivan. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'll comment that at least on the average that was provided to us, this motion will result in an increase in rates from what the average person paid last year.
I'm going to second what, not second, but I'm going to support what Counselor Prince says. Based on what I've heard from staff, any decrease will result in potentially loss of revenue to the city, but it was not going to be, you know, too damaging. So at least for this year, I would support dropping the highest two myself. But right now the motion is to use the 4 months and drop the highest one. I have the motion and a second. Anybody else comments, further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Those opposed, nay.
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 And the motion fails 3-3. Do I have any further action?
Mayor, I would move that we do an averaging on the 4 months, November, December, January, February, and drop the highest 2 months.
All right. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. So I have the motion to use the highest four, to use 4, not the highest 4. To use the 4 months and drop the highest 2. And I have the second from Council Weatherly. Any further discussion? No. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
So just one quick question there. I think you were doing some back the envelope figuring and you anticipated it would be a $600,000 shortfall in revenue for this year. So, I mean, that's a substantial.
Possibly, yes.
Substantial amount of money. Now, I'll juxtapose that with, I think Mr. Prince pointed out when we had our meeting with Ms. Hedden the other day that the audit showed we had a $3 million plus surplus last year in the utility department. So I just want everybody to be aware of those types of things. Mr. Prince, do you remember, was that across the entire utility department? Was it just water, just wastewater
What I quoted in today's meeting, Mr. Sullivan, was from the entire utility fund, which was expenses of a little over 8 million and revenue of just 11.8 roughly, so for an excess of 3.6. I don't know how, on this page, I can't tell how that breaks down between wastewater and water.
Okay, thank you, sir. So 600,000 should be, we can withstand that, given the surplus we had last year and what we're likely to see this year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right. Motion carries 5-1. So Aaron, you'll have to bring something back to us next month to address this. All right. And now we go to number 11. This one goes to 11. The spinal tap tumor for you. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding past due and unpaid utility bills, disconnects, and the process for addressing individual situations. Okay. This is one I really hate bringing forward, but at some point it's got to be done. You know, with COVID, the city made the decision to suspend all of our disconnects and our late fees in accordance with our utility bills. I checked with the Public Utility Commission this past year to see if there was anything from their end regarding utility bills, because the government has put stuff out about rent and kicking people out of their houses and stuff like that. The Public Utility Commission sent me an email reply stating that the only action they had taken was directed towards investor-owned utilities and was not directed for municipality utilities. And it only went until June 13th of 2020. So there are no orders from any utility commission out there providing direction as far as disconnects and late fees. So we've gone a year now without doing any disconnects or adding late fees. But I believe it is time that we reinstate our normal policies regarding disconnects and late fees. With that being said, I would say that it would not go in effect until the June 15th bill. So that would be basically your your April bill. Of course, it goes out at the end of your April bill, go out at the end of May, be due June 15th. The way our disconnects are, if you miss a payment, you're not disconnected until the next payment is due. You're late the first month, but then if you get to that second month is when you get disconnected. So that basically gives everybody 10 months before 10 weeks before possibly facing any kind of disconnect for non-payment. Now, we know, and I don't know the exact number, but we know there are several accounts out there that are behind. We have a few that have not paid a penny in over a year. So we have to take that into consideration. That is, I think that is an order that exists at all times. We have to, as a city, I know electric companies do anyway. I don't know about utilities. But we have to try and make some kind of payment arrangement with the citizens. So by starting this in June, that gives the people that are past due 10 weeks to get in here and get with staff and set up a payment account for their past due amount. Now, the way it works is when you go into this agreement, when you go to pay your water bill, your utility bill, you're required to pay what is due plus the amount that's agreed to in your payment plan. So that's something to take into consideration. But that's where we're at right now. So it's just one of those things, getting back to normal operations. I think it's time to reinstate our policies as far as our utility accounts. Comments, thoughts? Yes, Councilor Prince.
You kind of talked to it, but it sure would be nice to know the scope of the problem. I mean, are there 20 accounts that are materially out, or 2,000 accounts that are materially overdue? Is the total amount to the city that has not been paid, $100,000 or $1 million? I can't tell how big of a problem we're talking about here.
It's really not I don't have those exact numbers in front of me. but it's really not as bad as you would think. I hate to speculate, but I don't. It wasn't as bad as when I was told 2 months ago. I haven't got the numbers recently, but 2 months ago when I was told the amounts, it wasn't near as bad as I thought it would be. Most people, believe it or not, have been paying their bills. So it's not, I'm going to speculate that it's not that big of an issue as a whole. Now, for that individual, it could be a huge issue, but yeah, but I could probably get those numbers for you for next meeting if you wish, but
I think it would be good to know those numbers. Yeah.
yeah. And I don't guess anybody on staff, we don't have those numbers available to us right now, do we? Star, you wouldn't have those numbers accessible, would you?
Not with me, no, not on my my little tablet.
Okay.
We can get those reports pulled Monday though. And Donna, I don't know if Donna is actually here in the meeting, she might have it more fresh in her memory. I was just texting her, ask her if she wanted to call in and speak up to the subject, but it boils down to some people are a month or two behind, some are 5 or 6. There have been customers out there who haven't paid in 9 to 12 months. So, but no, we don't have any data pull for this evening.
All right, Ms. Savetta?
I got a message from Mr. Street that Donna's Tells is saying that it's 350 customers and over $90,000.
Thank you.
Oh,
That's very helpful.
That's more than the last time I was told. So it's a fair amount.
Yeah. 350 customers is a pretty significant portion of our population.
Yeah, that would be, you figure 4,600 accounts roughly. So about 8% of our accounts. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, it's one of those things where sooner or later we've got to do something to encourage these people to come in and chat with us and figure something out, and maybe sooner rather than later.
Yeah. It's been a year. We've done this for a year, so and again, you know, I think the way our ordinance is written, the city manager is the one that negotiates the contracts. I don't think anybody else has the powers to negotiate the payment plans.
No, sir, the staff does the payment plans. If someone has to go above us, then they go to the city manager.
Okay. Okay. Is there specific timeframes on those payment plans?
We try to work with a customer and not go beyond 12 months if it's immediate, just regular staff. I believe when Josh was here, he went 24 months with a few people when the bill was outstanding. It'd just be impossible for them to pay back because while they're on a payment plan, they have to pay their current month's bill, whatever it is, plus whatever the payment plan amount is divided by however many months they've chosen to go there. So even on the payment plan, it can be a tough go of it if they owe a whole lot of money. If they owe $1,000 and they've elected to pay that out over 12 months, then they're going to have 1/12 of that plus whatever their current bill is. So it would be easy for their bill to be $200 or $300 even under a payment plan, trying to stay current. And if they violate the terms of the payment plan, they automatically it's due in full. We're not supposed to negotiate another payment plan, but we have done so times in the past just in order to try to keep people some way that they can continue to pay their bill and keep their water on.
Yeah. So in the cases where we have somebody that hasn't paid for a full year, you know, this would basically, if we did 12 months, it would basically double their monthly expense If they went 24 months, it would be a 50% increase over their monthly thing, but yeah. Yes, Councilor Williams.
I'm trying to understand how someone can get away with not paying their utility bill for a whole year. I mean, have we not had discussions with those people to try to get some sort of payment plan after a certain amount of months?
We have not during the COVID.
Well, I can understand during the COVID, but you're talking a whole year. We suspended disconnects and no late fees in March. I mean, so you're talking many months prior to that. I mean, is there not something in our ordinance that after 3 months of not paying your utility bills, you're called in and have a discussion on what's going on? Or
not on the emergency declaration, no.
Okay. Got it.
No. You know, it was just speculation of when's the right time to bring this back. You know, at the beginning of the fiscal year, which would have been, you know, October 1, or, you know, it was still hot and heavy. We chose not to. You know, we're getting down. The COVID stuff seems to be very, I don't want to say very, but it's getting so much better right now that, you know, going forward, to me, it's just the right time to start it in June.
Got it.
Yeah, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. The only other comment I was going to make is that the longer we wait, the bigger the problem potentially gets. You know, if we let people continue to rack up bills that they haven't paid, it just gets worse. So, I mean, we probably need to pay the piper and just stand up and take care of the problem and get people coming in and talking to us.
Mm-hmm.
Councilor Prince, did I see your hand up as well?
Yes, sir. I was wanting to clarify this decision to not shut off services for non-payment goes back to March of 2020, a year ago, and that was a council decision. Was there an ordinance, or was a staff policy? How did that start actually?
That was an emergency declaration decision that I had made along with staff
a year ago.
Yeah.
And the Public Utility Commission in the beginning said that for 6 months, there was not going to be any cutting anybody off, no late fees, no disconnects or anything like that. And then as things were not markedly better, and then Josh made the decision to continue, wait, let's see if it gets better, or not. In talking with people, we do find that there are a lot of people in Lago especially that are still unemployed because they were not able to resume their normal lives. A lot more people are telecommuting, and they've eliminated jobs in a lot of the companies. So it's just now presenting. Some people, like I said, may owe 9 to 12 months. Others may only owe 3 or 4. Some are paying as they can. Mm-hmm. It's not maybe the regular bill amount, but they'll call in and they'll pay $100 here, $200 there, whatever, trying to keep plugging away at it, but they just haven't been able to get back on top of it yet.
Okay.
Thank you for that background.
Yeah, that gives me a better understanding of what's going on.
Yes. Yeah, and yes. So from what the Utility Commission told me is their order was directed towards your investor-owned utilities, but they had recommended that municipalities follow the same. We didn't have to, but it was recommended that we did, and so we chose to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Anyone else, council? All right, Mr. Durbin.
Yeah, I think you guys should go ahead and announce that you're going to start collection efforts starting in June. What I'm going to think you're going to find is that a lot of these people are probably renters, and possibly some of them have already moved. And when the bill comes due, I think you're going to see quite a few of them just cut out of town too. So you might as well announce it, get it started, and unfortunately, and it's not really a nice term, but clear out the deadwood. And but for those that are trying, I think you do need to come up with a plan to give them a way to get back into it without making their bill go through the roof. I don't think you would want to go more than doubling their payments, and perhaps double the water side and leave the sewer side, something just so that they can get caught up if they're trying. But good luck on it. But I think you need to go ahead and announce it and start scaring a few folks. You may scare a few into paying up beforehand. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That is also why I thought the June timeframe would be best, because that allows us to put out 2 mailings, I believe in April and May. I don't know when the April mailing goes out, but in addition to our website and social media and the radio and the avenues that we use, it gives us time to get it into the bills and their mailing. So that's 10 weeks to notify people that this is coming. So yes, Ms. DeVoe.
Hi, Mayor and City Council members. I was just wondering, has anybody looked into the new, I don't know what this new bill is called, CARES bill, whatever, the new money that's been put out, the 1 point whatever trillion. I know some's coming to each state. And so I was wondering, like we got the LRP money, if any of this new COVID money could help some of these people. There might be some type of program or something in there that helps the cities get back all that they've lost since COVID, And so I don't know how you would look that up. I'm not that far into the future, but I was just thinking maybe there's something in there. So when you do put it in the bill, because you put the little letter in the bill, you could put an article that says, maybe you could try here and they're going to try to help you because of the COVID relief and you fall under this category of extremely poor, They just did a lot of things in this last CARES bill to help people in these situations. Like they're helping people with unemployment get their health care still from when they were laid off. So there's all sorts of things in this new bill. And if somebody has the wherewithal to read it, there might be something in there that can help you through this. Thank you.
Thank you. So along those lines, I do know that, trying to look on the website now, there are different avenues that individuals can look into as far as the Public Utility Commission and things to help them. But if I remember what I read correctly, it was for electricity. I'd have to do some more research to see if it applies to utilities. Another point, we are just now, matter of fact, today, I got the email that there's a class going to be held. This is what governments need to know about the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan Act. So this information is just now coming out. I will be sitting in, and I believe Roger has signed up for this class as well. That's hopefully going to make some things clear to us on these funds. I know last time cities, municipalities could not use any of the relief funds to replace lost revenues. And we could not, as far as the city of Lago Vista, I could not use any of our funding to assist people with utility bills because in a roundabout way, that was us replacing lost revenues. And so I was restricted with the money last time, and that, you know, the economic recovery plan that I was able to put into use, you know, I wasn't allowed to give money directly to people to use indiscriminately. So that's why I had to come up with that plan where the money was going to the businesses and my citizens using the gift certificates were the avenue that I chose to get that money to the businesses. So I don't know. I mean, it's a different administration, a whole different bill. But hopefully we'll know some of that here shortly. And if we can, that would be fantastic. That would solve a lot of our problems. Yes, Ms. John Chopin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello again, Council. I just wanted, Darcy and I were kind of thinking along the same line. So I want to reiterate what Darcy was saying, but I was thinking in the past as well, although you explained it, Mayor Ed, to some extent, although I don't really understand how utility bills, water bills can be considered revenue in their totality because it costs the city to provide the water as well. So I'm not sure that I don't understand that classification necessarily, but this doubling up, having to go back and pay so much, and their payment becoming potentially 200% or 150% of what they usually pay. It's like, you know, 50% at least of the population, that would be devastating. And I'm just hoping that in some of the relief avenues that there's some way that the city can get federal assistance for their lost revenue from the having grace or forgiveness of at least partial of these the bills that were in this period of the emergency declaration. That's my thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, I just briefly looking at the thing, you know, it has a breakdown kind of 130.2 billion going to local governments, but it doesn't, what I'm looking at right now doesn't provide any guidance on it. It just says that's how much is going to local governments. So there's another 350 billion state, local, tribal, and territorial supports. I don't know. I don't know. We'll just have to take that class and study. Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've read a lot into this bill before Congress and the Senate, and there's nothing in here applicable to the topic, this agenda item at hand, period. Bottom line, as Mr. Durbin pointed out, people are past due. At some point, you've got to pay your debts. Do what you've got to do and move on. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Weatherly?
You know, Mr. Mayor, you know, I hear a lot of stuff about, oh, we got to get these people to pay. Some of these people are still unemployed. Some of them are still struggling just to put food on the table. I think that there should be a way that we can give the staff the authority or a way to give them some kind of break on what they owe. If somebody hasn't paid their water bill for a full year, minimum, you're talking probably $600. And for some people, that's twice what they're living on a month. So I understand that we need to have our citizens pay for their water. But I do not think that we need to kick some of these people while they are really down, because this COVID has just put some of them on the bottom. They don't have anything. They can't pay their bills. They don't have enough money to put food on the table. So, yes, we need to make those that can pay, pay. But I think we have to have a little bit of rational thought when we're looking at these people, because some of them are just not going to be able to do it. And what do? Somebody that's not hardly making it, they can't hardly get by day to day, we're going to go out and turn off their water? That just, to me, that just doesn't seem right. And I really am sorry that I don't have the answer. But I think we need to come up with something with staff and maybe Mr. Chan, come up with something where those that are really in a crisis situation, we can help them a little bit and get them through this. That's all I have to say.
Right. And I can't say for sure because I don't always sit in on the negotiations, but you can look back even before COVID. You know, there's times where people get unemployed and can't pay their water bills and get cut off, and staff has always been very good at working with everybody to try and make sure that they have water. I'm not going to say never, but my recollection is that staff has always been able to work something out with the customer to make sure that they have water. So, you know, as those individuals come in to speak with staff or with Mr. Chan, I would hope that staff would be able to work something out with them. Mr. Williams.
Well, I would just like to see that, the people that are having troubles like that in our community would come into the city and have serious discussion with the city so we know what their situation is, for one. I think there's some customers that have never come in to have any discussion with the city on, they just haven't paid and haven't discussed it with the city. I just think it's time to make all those customers come in and have some sort of dialogue with the city to let the city know what their state of living is, and then figure it out from there.
Yeah.
But I think we need to put the policy back in effect to kind of force people to come in and talk to the city and talk about their issue.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know this for a fact, but I have a feeling there's a couple that have, a few that probably just took advantage and said, hey, the city's not going to cut me off or make me pay late fees. I'm just never going to pay my water bill again and see how long I can ride this out.
Ride it out, yeah.
I don't know if they'll come to us and try to negotiate not paying or getting discounts, but being individual. But yeah, we definitely need everybody to come in. So that's why 10 weeks, 2 notices, all the advertising, get people coming in.
When you say come in, I assume you mean call, because our doors are still locked.
Well, yeah. Yes.
Have some sort of dialogue with the city, yes.
Right. Come forward. Is that the proper language? All right. Is there anyone else? All right. Well, at this time, it is open for action. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we reinstitute our policies around cutoffs and so forth so that we can engage with our citizens and discuss how we're going to work things out with them.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we are at number 12. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding revised airport vehicle parking lease. Right. The city has 5 vehicle parking spaces at the airport lounge for users of the airport. These spaces can be leased. May 16, 2019, the City Council adopted the current lease template for vehicle parking at the Rusty Allen Airport. The lease is in need of revision and update. The proposed lease template would provide updated terms and conditions, gather important vehicle information such as make and model of the vehicle and license plate number for tracking and enforcement purposes. The lease also assigns a space to the user for the term of their lease. Unless otherwise directed, the rate being charged would remain at the same $25 per month. Although several vehicles are regularly parked at the lounge, only one has a lease that is missing some information, and the vehicle being parked is not compliant with current law as it is out of registration and in disrepair. Adoption of the revised lease template would enable city staff to better enforce city ordinances regarding parking at the airport and ensure that any vehicles parked long-term are inspected, licensed, and insured. The process would allow city staff to begin the process to cite or have vehicles removed that are not compliant with their regulations and do not have a lease. It is recommended that council authorize the city manager to execute the leases with anyone seeking to park their vehicles at the lounge overnight or for more than 1 day. Aaron, do you have anything you wish to add to that, since you show to be the person bringing this forward?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I initially debated whether we actually want to have a lease for, because, you know, we only have 5 spaces. They're up at our airport lounge. It's really something that you need to consider. Another alternative to the process would be to simply have a registration process for the vehicles that are going to be there for, say, more than 24 hours if somebody needs to leave a car there overnight or over the weekend. I do think it is important that we get, whether you decide to continue with the lease process so that we're getting this small amount of revenue, or if you want to just do a registration process, that we're able to gather the critical information and that folks who are parking their vehicles at our lounge for more than just incidental use, you know, while they're in the lounge, have the proper credentials, that they're licensed, they have, you know, they're not out of inspection, out of license, and we have some information. It's the vehicle that's there is not in good condition and should not be on the roads. We do have a prohibition of parking vehicles that are not roadworthy on other city parking spaces. It's not specifically focused about the airport. So, you know, I think the lease at least helps us get the details and would allow us to have any of those vehicles that are essentially dumped or left there for long periods of time removed. This one, in contrast with the next one, is, I think, a little bit different and something that you might want to consider, you know, how you handle it, whether the $25 is important to you or not. And then, you know, given it's really only 5 spaces, and there are other ways to deal with it.
Yeah, and I think the reason it was like $25, I mean, the money was not, it wasn't, this wasn't put in place because of money, but I think we just didn't have anything in process at the time, and the parking lot was just filled up with cars that were just staying there. And you couldn't go to the, you couldn't use those spaces because there was cars. We didn't know where they were, or you know, they were just there. So we came up with this to try and control, you know, just vehicles being left there all the time. So whether it's the registration process or we continually, we just got to control it somehow, so that it's not cars there all the time. That, you know. Yes, Councilor Williams.
I think with only 5 spaces, there should be no long-term parking at all, period. You got a 24-hour period, and then you have to be out of there. Now, if someone has flown in or something like that, and they're going to be longer than the 24 hours, then they need to contact the person that's in the lounge that's maintaining business and make an exception to the rule on a case-by-case basis. But there should be no long-term parking when you only have 5 spaces. You know, I mean, people in New York and California lease a parking spot, but for 5 spaces, I can't see us doing that.
Yep. Councilor Prince.
Yeah, I had a fairly extensive conversation with Mr. Jambor and then Ms. Silvera, and then I had a conversation with one of the airport guys as well. And I completely agree with Mr. Williams that, you know, only having 5 places, leasing any of those out long term seems kind of silly, frankly. My original thinking was we should probably say something like no overnight parking there without a permit, period, and then you know, not even do leasing. When I talked to the airport guy, though, he made a case for the model where somebody flies in and rents one of our tie down spaces and would like to leave a car there for when he comes, and is willing to pay for a long-term spot. I think that use model makes a lot of sense if we had more than 5 parking spots. And so I think one of the things that we may want to take on, you know, as a AAB Airport Advisory Board discussion and then bring back to council is, you know, do we want to look at some of the other city property as some potential parking for that, you know, in lieu of future plans of building on them. So I would kind of be inclined with just tightening this up so that we don't have people who live there or live in the city leaving cars parked there. That just doesn't make any sense to me to consume those parking spots. And so, you know, I think, you know, maybe we just authorize a no overnight parking there without special permit from the city manager, and not be so worried about the dollar amount because it's such a small amount anyway.
All right. Anybody else on council? Yes, Mr. Durbin.
Yeah, and very similar to what Paul was saying, and to cover the folks that want to fly in and keep a car there, I think what you can do is I think the proper thing to do is say no overnight parking. But if somebody wants to keep a car there, perhaps you can attach a rider to the tie down agreement to allow them to put a car there for an additional couple bucks, and that way you get to make sure that it's a drivable car and that it's tied to people coming and going with airplanes doing what the airport's supposed to be doing. But for the rest of it, unless there's somebody else, unless they're all filled up, I think you need to keep them open. So no overnight parking. That's very simple. Other than those that are leased along with a tie down. Tie them together.
All right. Thank you. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, I was hoping I can get Councilor Prince to maybe clarify something for me. You had the conversation with the person at the airport that described the situation that there's someone who is using a tie down spot for their airplane, and they might want to leave a car there as well. I'm assuming that this person who's renting a tie down space for their airplane lives somewhere else in the Central Texas area.
Yes.
And so they have to drive to our airport to go fly their plane. And then I'm assuming when they're done, they hop back in the car and they drive back to where they came from. Why would they need to leave a car at the airport?
Oh, because they fly to New Mexico for a week.
The model that was described to me is not what you just said. It is leave a car 100% of the time at the Lago Vista Airport. So when I fly in from wherever I live, I have a car to drive around town.
Got it. So understanding that, and I think that's kind of what Mr. Durbin was addressing as well, that you put a rider on the tie down agreement or whatever, but all you need is 5 people with that agreement, and we don't have any parking spaces.
Well, exactly. That's why I'm sorry for holding conversation here, but let me make this comment and then I think we'll be clear. That's why I suggested it does not make sense to do this until we potentially have more parking spaces in the future.
Right. Okay. And I agree with you 100% on that. Yeah. Having a rider to the tie down doesn't seem to make sense when we only have 5 spaces. They would get monopolized very quickly.
Yeah, so you could have both scenarios. You could have, as Councilor Prince says, or the people that like to go to Ruidoso. I know we have several people in town that love to go to Ruidoso, and they'll fly out and spend a week or 2 in Ruidoso and fly back. So that might be a situation where they want to leave the car up there, but anybody else? Well, if that is everybody, it is open for action, and I hope you can give us, Erin, great direction on what she needs to bring back to us.
Well, and Erin helped me with this. We kind of we did talk about it, but my mind has gone fuzzy. So what I would like to do is provide you the authority to write something for us that prevents people from just leaving cars parked there all the time, but has some amount of flexibility. So if there's a reasonable use case for someone parking overnight or for several days, we have a process to allow for that.
Sure. So, I can look at what we have in terms of our ordinances regarding the use of the airport, or also potentially think of it and have a policy for you guys to adopt for use of the airport. I think it's better than ordinance. It's cleaner that way. And then if we will get rid of, what I'm hearing is we'll get rid of the lease option. No one will have the opportunity to lease for this period of time until y'all deem it that we have enough parking available for it to be appropriate to reinstate the lease process for those with certain restrictions, meaning it's tied to your tie down space. I know for some of those folks who have tie down spaces, they will often, part of the recommendation is that you park your vehicle in your tie down space because you have that, it's your tie down space leased. You park your vehicle there, it prevents other people from parking their plane in your airplane tie down space. The flip side of that is for those people who want to have the car there where they fly in, they will then park their plane in the airplane tie down space, and then they need the car to go use it, use their car. We can set that up. I just want clear direction on, are we leasing right now or not leasing right now at all? And then I'll also bring back something that says no overnight parking unless you have a lease, unless you have a space tied to a lease.
Do we need a motion on that, Mayor, or further comments first?
Well, how do I word it? I mean,
Well, Mr. Mayor, if we're not going to adopt what's before you, the actual agenda item, which is the airport lease, y'all can give me direction. There's nothing else that I would need to do, and then I'll bring something back to you. I just want to make sure I'm bringing back what you're looking for.
okay. Yeah, I was just, yeah, all right. Well, that answers my question. and I guess yours as well. I was trying to figure out if we could just give direction without actually taking a motion, taking action on the thing. But if direction is all we need, then
Right, there would be
what do
no
you-
action on this particular item.
yeah. So lease or no lease? Councilor Williams, you got a comment?
No lease.
No lease. Sullivan.
I say no lease, and I just want to clarify something with Ms. Elvera. People who fly in, who want to leave a car there, they fly in, they put their plane, and then they go hop in their car. I thought that we put some old police cars up there for people to utilize when they do exactly that. So there shouldn't be a need for people to keep a car there permanently for their use when they fly in. They fly in, they use the cars we put up there for that purpose, and they put them back and they go hop in their plane and they fly off.
We do have a vehicle. I know at least one vehicle that is exactly for that purpose. I don't know how often it's utilized. That's something I would need to get information. If there's the need for more than one vehicle, if we only have one, but I can gather those details for you.
Okay, very good. But yeah, I vote no lease.
Yeah, only know of one car available, but. Okay, anybody else? Thoughts? All right. Well, not everybody spoke up, but I believe your direction is no lease.
Correct.
I see a nod from Prince, so that makes 3.
Yeah.
I'll make 4.
No overnight parking without approval.
I'll bring back a policy, Mr. Mayor.
All right, awesome. Well, we'll move on to 13. It's basically the same things. I'm not going to read the entire thing. But this is tie downs as opposed to parking spaces, which I guess a tie down is a parking space for an airplane. But we have 16 of these at 3 different places. The lease is in need of revision. I think the rate currently being charged is $50 a month. This recommends leaving it at $50. However, some clarification direction requested is a reduced rate for prepayment. The way I understand this, that was something that was done in the past. Because I see it says some expired leases included a reduced rate of $400 for annual prepayment. Do we have any current unexpired leases that have that reduced rate in them, or are they just all expired? So we also need to give direction on whether we want to put this reduced rate for prepayment in. Let's see, what else? So several people have expired or incomplete leases for the use of the city's tie down. Adoption of the revised template would allow city staff to better enforce our ordinances. So that would be a good thing. So Aaron, you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, we have the issue of there are a couple of tie down spots that are larger or wider, and there are a couple of folks who need that for the size plane they have. And so we need to actually assign a specific spot to each of the planes rather than just them they can park wherever is open. So the change to the lease would then be able to allow us to track it better. Having an assigned tail number to a specific spot would also let us know if people are using our tie down spots without paying for lease space. And so Lynn, one of Roy's new employees, has been instrumental in helping me kind of track this. She's looked at all of the information. Don't know how many of the non-expired leases have this $400 option. It was not something that was in the template that was actually adopted by council. And so I was a little unsure of, whether it was something that y'all were interested in. So if it is something you want to do, have that kind of early prepayment discount, I just need to know that so I could include it in the language. Or, you know, if you want to change the either $50 monthly or $400 annual fee, that's, you know, it's for your decision. And I'll adjust the lease language accordingly.
Well, you know, I don't have a problem with a reduced rate for prepaying, but $50 a month, a year, that's $600, but yet they were getting $400 off so they're paying $200.
No, they're paying $400 instead of, they're getting $200 off.
Oh, okay.
That's still a third of a discount, which is humongous.
Yeah, okay.
Do we have any information on are our spots always full? Is there any trouble filling them? I guess is what I'm getting at.
I don't know that specifically. I know Lynn provided me a spreadsheet of the planes that had tie down leases, and I don't think it was 100%. Let me see if I can find that for you real quick.
Is Chris Mobley still on here? Storage, it says all tie down leases are currently expired, all of them.
Yeah, some of them didn't even have the term filled in, so they're gonna have to crack down on making sure everybody fills all the details in on all the leases.
Mayor,
yes.
It wound up being brought back to council because it had gotten really confusing, that there was such a mix of the leases. Some of them were monthly, some quarterly, some annually, some annual discounts, some annual full pays. When it was less than just one annual payment, it was throwing it back to staff to have to continually remind people to pay. So we were having to bill those people out or remind them otherwise. It just got to the point where it was not something that we could keep on our radar every single month. Over time, everyone has expired, the leases that at least were in place, but no lease was actually redone, re-signed. We didn't have tail numbers. There was just so much of it that was not okay that we decided we would start all over, put everybody on the same playing field, re-offer the leases. And it was my recommendation, rather than letting them choose monthly, quarterly, or annually, that we just set the annual fee at a certain amount and have them pay annually. And then every year we bill out once, whether it's October 1, November, whatever. If they come in mid-year, we have them pay a partial prorated year, and then still on that anniversary, October 1 or whatever month we choose as the starting point, bill them in full again. But that's kind of where it stands right now. We just let everybody wound up expiring anyway, and we thought, okay, we need to start all over.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Williams?
Are all 16 spots done with a lease? Or, you know, I mean, to me, you're gonna have some people that are just flying in for the day and need to tie down their plane, do something in town and fly out. So are we going to limit leases to a certain amount of tie downs, like 8, or, you know, and the rest are for people that are flying in that aren't gonna be there all the time? Or, I don't know, I'm asking.
I don't believe we ever had more than 8 at a time anyway.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Lockwood, are there any of them that they want, you know, 2 or 3 months, for example, and then that's all they want out of a year? I'm trying to figure out if it would be difficult if we adopted just an annual approach and didn't give people the option of doing multi-months, for example.
There are a few people that just pay a month here and there. There is in the fees that we are charging right now, we do have just a 1 month lease. And then we have the tie down actual leases, which were intended to be for 12 months.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess the comment I would make is that I think we probably should retain a monthly option and an annual, and because I think we're going to need that flexibility. I'd also suggest that that we not consider bumping that $50 a month fee or changing it. Just remember that when it comes time to renew the agreement with the POA, their fee could potentially be based on that. And so I wouldn't suggest we modify that. And then the last comment would be if we're going to give an annual discount, which I'm not sure we really need to, but if we are, it certainly should not be a third. 10% max would be my recommendation.
Mr. Mayor?
Do planes, real quick, do planes, are they required to be tied down at all times? So like if somebody just flies in for the day and does something and then takes off again, are they required to be tied down?
Oh, they're parked.
Yeah, they do?
Yeah, while they're parked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We have, according to the spreadsheet from Lynn, there are 10 planes, 10 folks who had some kind of lease for a varying array of terms. And then there were 3 that had no leases. And it said the no was they could be paying short term. I don't know how they did that, but so it looks like about 13, at least that could be tracked.
All right. Yes, Councilor Sullivan?
Thanks, Mayor. I was looking to add one thing in support of some comments that Ms. Lockwood made. If they go month to month and they're not paying, we should have some severe penalties or fees associated with them not auto paying. They shouldn't be able to get away and cause our staff to have to chase after them. We should make it onerous if they don't pay when they're supposed to.
Put a boot on the propeller. All right. Anybody else on council? All right. Yes, Mr. Prince.
As Mr. Sullivan pointed out, it's these fees that ultimately are going to be the hinge point in the negotiations with the POA, and the numbers that are currently in place. I mean, it's confusing clearly, but as best I understand, the numbers that we've always discussed are this $50 per month or $400 per year. And so changing that discount would effectively be a significant change with respect to the discussion with the POA. Now, that being said, when I checked with Ms. Silvera, she confirmed that there's nothing that would prevent us from changing these numbers yet again after we have a negotiation with the POA. So, whatever we come up with today, we could change again in a month or 6 months if that's what we need to do in order to have an agreement with the POA and work out the situation with TxDOT. So I would lean towards staying with the $50 per month or $400 per year, because I think that's a more viable path to a successful negotiation. But I think if we have to revisit it later, we'll revisit it later.
I will say, Mr. Mayor, if we're going to set up these leases, the current version of the lease that you see is, I think I set it up as a 3-year lease. So we may be obligated, locked in for, depending on what term, the term we set, it's set for a certain number of months, not to exceed 36 months. We would be locked in for obligated for that amount for that period of time, unless we add in a clause that it is subject to increase in accordance with our fee ordinance. I could add that language into the lease if that's your wishes, so that if we think we're going to adjust these fees here in the near term, and you want to have an automatic acceleration of the rate based on your adoption here in the short term, we can do that. I know folks who sign leases all the time probably wouldn't be too happy about that. They want to know what their rate's going to be, but it is an option. And with fair warning in the actual lease itself, they'll know that it's subject to increase by the city council. Or you could allow it to stay locked in. If you want to just do it as an annual lease, for example, if you think that that might be an easier sell, we could set it up as an annual. It can be renewed annually for up to 3 years or 5 years. You know, it's, you know, we could do it that way, and it's subject to annual increases as adopted by the council. There's 40 million ways to cut this, but it's really how do you want it structured, and what do you anticipate? So I do know that we're going to have some discussions here in the very short term about the through the fence agreement and some other things related to airport, so that this may be something that you come back to. The cleanest may be to do an annual lease, and so when you increase the fees, the next time the lease term is up, the rate goes up to that new amount. And
Yeah,
annual leases are probably the easier way to do it for staff purposes.
and to be clear, this is such a strange discussion because this involves policies with TxDOT and FAA, and I can also see a scenario where we would change the fees in the downward direction. So, you know, this is not necessarily a saying, and because I know, Aaron, if the airport POA folks watch this video tomorrow and they hear what you just said, they're going to interpret that it's unidirectional. It's only going to go up. But you know, I think retaining the flexibility that going up or going down as appropriate is what we would need in our contracts.
Yep. All right. Anybody else on council? Darcy.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. I'm kind of with Kevin because I did a little figuring, and if there's 16 tie downs at $600 a year, that's $9,600 that you're making on these in leases, going for $600. If you put it at $400 for annually, that's $6,400. So you're losing $3,200 when you do it annually. And I just heard you guys say that the airport's in a shortfall right now, and you wanted to put $11,000 out of the general fund and put that to the airport, but now you're saying people with planes need a break for their parking. People with planes need a break on their parking. I cannot park downtown for that much money. If I try to get a monthly parking pass downtown, it would cost me $600 a month. And you guys are giving them a $200 break? I mean, I'm sorry. I think this is I don't know what the parking fees are all across the nation for airport, but for Lago Vista, and we've got a shortfall with the airport. Are we making money or are we giving it away? And that's all I have to say. So I'm with Kevin. I think it needs to get shortened a little there. And these people who are not running their lease right now are taking advantage of you.
Thank you. They might be broke after buying that airplane, so they can't afford the parking space. So. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Darcy, I appreciate the sentiments very much. I can't tell you how much I've gone through over the years. A little bit of common sense goes a long way, and I appreciate that. I would add, Councilor Prince is saying we got to be really careful about this, and $400. Look, the difference, I said a 10% discount would be, you know, to me, acceptable. That means $540 a year versus $400. You show me one of those people up there who can't afford $140 a year, and I'll eat my hat. Okay, it's not an issue of can they afford it and is it reasonable. It's they just don't want to because they don't want to, pure and simple. And I don't think we ought to make policy based on that sentiment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, do you have clear direction, Aaron, or no? So we're going to maintain the leases, $650 a month with a
$600.
and Were we gonna put in any kind of annual prepay?
I'm gonna reiterate because Kevin went on his rampage there. I want the discount to remain at $400.
I would appreciate a motion and a vote on this actual lease with whatever recommended changes to the lease that you would like, please.
With our recommended changes, okay?
If you have any. I mean,
So
if you like it the way it is, up to 3-year term, I'd like feedback on whether you want the term to be 3 years or if you want it a single annual lease, and then on the dollar amounts.
So my recommendation would be annual up to however many years renewable. So the $50, that doesn't change. So that's not a change to the ordinance. Discount, if we add a discount into the lease, I'm more in favor of the 10% than 33%. So I don't know what other changes there would be. Assigning the spaces, is that a change? Assigning spaces. I'm sorry.
No, the assignment of spaces is already part of the lease.
Oh, okay. We just weren't doing it.
Well, the previous version of the lease did not have it. The version that's here for your consideration tonight has that requirement in it. You'd have to provide, we would assign a space number. We would require them to tell us their aircraft tail number and provide some additional documentation to us, such as proof of insurance, if they wanted to leave their vehicle, their airplane on our property. I just need to know if the terms, what adjustment to the terms or conditions you want. And it would be better if we had someone made a motion and we had a proper vote on this particular item, because I see that you're going down the path that you actually do want the lease.
Okay. Councilor Dava.
Yes, Mayor, I wanted to hear what you were proposing, because I kind of like the idea of just an annual lease. But what was the discount that you offered?
I said 10%. Yeah.
I would support that. I would support that.
Councilor Sullivan?
I was just going to make a motion.
All right. We're at that point.
Okay, Mayor, I would make a motion. Oh, Aaron, were you going to say something?
No, I thought we had forgotten to get public comment, but we did. We got Ms. DeVoe's comments.
Oh, that's right. Mayor, I would make a motion that we direct Ms. Silvera to draft the lease underneath the terms that you specified, annual with renewals up to 3 years, $50 a month if you pay monthly, and $600 a year with a 10% discount if you pay annually.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilor Prince.
This motion will significantly complicate resolution between the city and the POA, and that's why I am not in favor of it. Let me also add this for benefit of Darcy and her comments. I understand it looks like we're looking at pretty small numbers, but the impact of the negotiation has to do with hundreds of thousands of dollars of TxDOT funding, and that's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at a difference of a couple $1,000s in annual fees. I'm looking at the difference of hundreds of thousands of dollars of TxDOT funding and negotiating to a solution that allows us to have access to that.
And we're not getting those funds potentially because the folks at the airport won't pay. It doesn't have anything to do with TxDOT at all. They're more than willing to give us the money.
Okay, and Mr. Durbin, I did see your hand up, but we're at the action portion of the item, so beyond council, citizen
Yeah.
comment at this time. So sorry.
That's all right. That's,
Anybody, any further discussion? All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, hearing one, motion carries 5-1. All right. Number 14. All right, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, amending Appendix A fee schedule, the Code of Ordinances, Article 1.000, General and AV and Administrative Fees, and Article 9.000 to consolidate and add airport-related fees, providing codification and publication, an effective date, repealer, severability, proper notice, and open meetings clause. So we did take motion on one, the other is being brought back as far as the parking fees. Do we want to, is it appropriate to modify the fee schedule now and then do it again when we bring the other one back, or should we just wait until the other one comes back?
So okay, you can do either. If someone makes a motion to eliminate the airport vehicle parking fee at this time, you would just request to have that removed. We would add in the airport tie-down lease. We have the $50 per month. If you want to have an annual prepayment amount for airport tie-down space, so it would be $540 based on the 10% discount. And we would have that noted in the fee schedule. Or you can leave it in the vehicle parking in there for now and take it out later. It's completely up to you. But right now, what I'm hearing is we are not leasing vehicle parking spaces until you give me further direction. So we would not be collecting that $25, even though it's on the books.
Right, so we could just vote to take that out. Okay.
Yep.
That makes sense. All right. Comments, questions? Yes, Councilor Williams.
Can someone explain to me what that there's a permit fee of $50 to authorize vehicles to cross the airport runway? Why does a vehicle have to cross the runway? Why can't he just go around to the other side of the airport? I don't understand what that means.
I was very
Cross the
puzzled.
runway.
I was very puzzled by that myself. So I inquired, and apparently there was one gentleman who wanted to be able to cross the runway in his personal vehicle. There are some FAA requirements for that, meaning you have to have a certain type of light on top of your vehicle. There's some other, I think there's a siren requirement. That's in our ordinance. But to be able to enforce those FAA requirements, if you're going to cross it, we require a permit. And if we have to process a permit, we had to establish a fee for the permit. And so the fee is $50 as an administrative cost to process the permit. That gives you the authority and gives us the enforcement authority for those people who are choosing to cross the runway in their personal vehicle.
And I believe they have to bring in don't they have to show proof of their lights and sirens when they get the permit?
Yes.
That answer your question?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
I'm still confused on it.
Do what?
I said I'm still confused on it. I mean, if you're talking about an ambulance or something like that that has sirens and lights and needs to cross the runway, I can understand. But if you're talking about a regular car having to go across the runway, I mean, I used to fly with my dad all the time, and we could never take a car across the runway. to get to the other side. You know, that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah,
But-
so in general, everything is prohibited. Foot traffic, everything is prohibited from crossing the runway. But I think they have made exceptions and allowed for permits if you follow
Okay.
certain rules. So,
That's fine.
and
I
I'm
got it.
sure it only applies to like small municipal airports, not like ABIA. So, Councilor Sullivan, did you have your hand up a while ago?
No, I think another requirement is you have to have a radio tuned into the frequency. That's another
Yes.
requirement. So,
Got
but
it.
no, I didn't have my hand up.
Yeah, so all that equipment, is it worth it or just drive around? Councilor Davila.
No, I didn't mean to raise my hand. I was confused like Mr. Williams was about the whole need.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Anybody from the audience? Questions on the fee schedule? All right. If that is all, it's open for action. Make sure we get it correct.
I can make one, but I'm not really sure how to make it.
So I think, let me see. I make a motion that we, see if I can do it here. I think I've tracked it all. Make the motion that we amend Appendix A fee schedule, Article 1, General Aviation, Article 9, consolidate and add airport-related fees, setting the tie-down fees, or adding the tie-down fees of $50 with an annual discount of 10% for prepayment, and removing the airport vehicle parking from the fee schedule. I think that is it. Was that everything, Aaron?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Then I'll second.
Yeah. All right. I made the motion. I got a second on it. And is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
I'm being consistent and voting nay here.
All right. Thank you. Motion carries 5-1. And my nose is itchy tonight. Must be time to go to bed. All right, consent agenda. All matters listed under consent agenda or to consent agenda are to be considered routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Number 15, consent is approval of the following council meeting minutes: February 4th, 2021, regular meeting minutes, February 25, 2021, special called meeting minutes, and March 10, 2021, special called meeting minutes. Comments?
Nope.
All right. Anybody from the audience have anything on consent agenda? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
make a motion that we accept the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, have a motion second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Consent agenda is approved. Unanimous. Future meetings. Consider schedule and items for our future council meetings. Ooh, let me get started. All right. Here is what I have for April 15th meeting. City Hall Space Annex Building discussion. Animal cruelty discussion. I'll have to get with Shalane on that. That was her thing. Bringing back the Nature's Point 380 agreement. That's still good. I hope to have my after action report finished. So I'm temporarily scheduling that for the 15th. The bids for the household hazardous waste door-to-door collection for the April 15th meeting. The Loman Ford property. We discussed in executive session. That's what I have for the 15th. I have May 6th. It says water rates, but on my notes from last meeting, it said mid-May. So I didn't know if I got that right with May 6th or May 20th, or if that's still good to go. CIP, May 6th, we're actually gonna, I think we have a work session regarding street projects and CIP scheduled for the 27th of April. So I'm gonna put 27th April on that, come back to it. We had a meeting or two, we discussed the roles of liaisons. And I think there was something that was gonna be, I think we were gonna revise that. I think we were also looking at revising the one pertaining to the roles of committee members.
Yes.
But it hasn't, nothing's come back. So I don't know if we're ready to bring something forward on those.
I think we could be ready as soon as the 15th, Mayor. But if that gets too busy, we could do it the first one in May if you like.
Yeah, let's go for the 6th right now.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll put May 6th next to that one. This is not necessarily for council per se, but I've got the Emergency Response Plan Committee on April 12th. That's a future item. I want to, Councilor Prince, whenever Shalane gets back, the three of us will have a discussion on the Cap Metro subcommittee. And I'll update you on what I know.
I think I'm on the Cap Metro subcommittee.
Was it you?
Yeah, thank you. I thought, wait, I didn't remember volunteering for that one.
Yeah, it was
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilor Sullivan, sorry.
No problem.
Mr.
I have
Mayor?
a note here about a lot clearing ordinance that's been brought to my attention that I'll schedule at some point. I'll get with staff before I actually put a date to that one. Street CIP, I have that down for 27. Comprehensive Master Plan Subcommittee.
Yes.
I have May 1st and 15th written down, but is that the actual date y'all are wanting to meet, or?
No, May 20th would be the better date. Because they have to go before P and Z in the beginning of May and before it comes to city council. So is May 20th would be the second meeting, correct? Of the month?
Yes.
So that's when I would try to present it to. Paul and I would try to present it at that time.
May 20th. All right. And future items. Airplane historic monumental airplane maintenance lease contract.
Oh, good Lord.
Mr. Prince, has that made it onto the AAB agenda yet?
We did talk about it in our one and only meeting so far this year, and there was an action for a couple of the guys to go look at it and propose a solution. But I think what you were needing was, should we sign the lease or not, right? Which is,
Yeah, darn it, I can't discuss it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, we can do that in the next meeting, I think.
So I'll put,
if you want to put it on there.
it's a short discussion. I'll put it
Yeah.
on here for April. When do you have a meeting?
We won't have another one before the April 15th meeting.
I'll just put it on the council's April 15th agenda.
Okay.
And believe it or not, that is all that I have on my piece of paper. Yes, Councilor Dava.
Don't we have the SGR meeting on the 15th?
Yeah. Yes. Right, that is the 14th.
14th.
I did mention that at the beginning. But yeah, considering our schedule, we have April 12th and April 14th meetings as well. So, Councilor Sullivan.
I'm not sure if the water rates that you have on May 6th is the one where I requested that we talk about potentially re-engaging with Ms. Hedden. But if it is, definitely would prefer to have that on the April 15th, if at all possible. The sooner we discuss that and figure out, what we can do with that, the better.
Okay. Yeah. So the water rates.
We're definitely not going to talk about any.
That was already typed in there. So that was from some notes that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
we can have a Hedden discussion on the 15th, and then the water rates, any recommendations, that will probably be further out. I would say late May to early June at the earliest.
Okay, so I'll change that, and I'll put a side note of Melissa down here. All right.
And to clarify, we're not asking her to present anything. This is about us engaging with her and seeking approval for that.
Right.
All right.
I'm sorry, if I could, one more, Mayor. If you recall, I'll need to replace someone on the Library Advisory Board.
Okay, so April 15th, the Library Board.
If we could do that, that'd be great.
Yeah. All right, Councilor Weatherly.
The Golf Course Advisory Committee will be presenting a signage proposal for the golf course. This should be something that we can take out of hot tax, because it's a thing to improve the quality of the golf course and the play.
So when do you want that? May 6th? Is that good or?
Well, I'd like to have done May 15th, but we can do it May 6th. That'll be fine.
April 15th? I mean,
no, let's do it May 6th.
I don't mind staying up till 3 in the morning, so.
I do. Let's do it May 6th.
That's passive aggressive there. 3 a.m. Sure.
Whatever.
All right. What else?
That's it.
Okay. Let's see. Is that everything? All right.
That's it.
Mayor, sorry.
Yes.
And I don't know if this is an executive discussion or a public agenda, but I think there's probably, we owe the public an update on the fire marshal situation and when we're going to have a fire marshal available for our public to use. So some of that may have to happen in an executive session, but some of it should be summarized for our citizens as well.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Get that on here.
Part of it will be an agreement with them, so it would end up being on the actual main agenda. If we can, so there may be a discussion at the April 15th if we don't have the agreement worked out.
Okay. All right. Well, it looks like I have a citizen who would like to have something brought forth to council. Yes, Ms. Darcy.
Yes, I was opening up something there because you guys have a meeting Monday as well on the 5th or the 6th this Monday for the Parks and Rec. And I have the packet open and there's nothing in it. There's no financials. There's no nothing. Is something going to be put out before the meeting?
We're hoping to get it uploaded. The staff the staff members that are putting all that together are meeting Monday at 9 a.m. and bringing all that forward. So we do hope to have something, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, it's going to be last minute. I'm sorry,
Okay.
but
Okay. I was just wondering. Thank you.
anybody else? All right, I'm going to call this meeting adjourned at 10:24 p.m. So we beat last meeting, but I didn't get my 9:30 like I was guessing. I was wrong.
Yeah, you didn't get to 9:30.